That's not actually true. I've been up for a while. I just had to work on the newsletter, and I didn't want to do that on stream. And hold on, I'm patching up. One second, I'll get a raffle up. Good morning, Scooby-Doo. I'm working on the raffle. Hold on. I'm going to look at that shaky tree. The violent storm tree. I'm looking into the violent shaking trees, by the way. Turn my gain all the way up. Step one is to try to repro it. Shaky trees. jump in. Takes it a while for my changes to take effect. That didn't do anything. A system that interpolates from one weathered pattern to another, which I've disabled, so it'll stop setting it. So I'm trying to see if I can get some reasonable numbers in there for the maximums. That's 0.2, 0.3, 0.3. See what it looks like if I put it back. Hmm. It's still pretty crazy to me. Hmm. Alright, I think that's what's going on. Let's try that. Nope, that's still pretty crazy. So something that I'm noticing is it takes it a while for it to calm down. See ya, short fat man. Thanks, Frogtown Hero. Never grow up, though. Thank you, Scooby-Doo. So what do you guys think? Is that a more relaxed storm? That's exactly what I'm doing for our town hero. Look, I even have God by my name there, so... Apparently so powerful the rain does not make me wet. Okay, so one of those was the right one. Alright guys, crazy trees during weather. Fixed. Except I'm gonna have to fix it again when I'm not in play mode. Satyrs and elves when they are tripped. I'm not sure what they do. Oh, that's called T-posing. Or you can call it being crucified. That's when they do like this thing where they stand out. That's called, we refer to that as T-posing. That is the default state form. Like, let me get this checked in. Also check the weather data for other scenes. See, Alpine's fine. Oh no, that's light precipitation. Oh yeah, it's crazy here too. Okay. Hold on, there's several weather data sets I need to set. Alright, let's see. I save the project, get these guys checked in, and then I will move on to my next fix. What type of dungeon totems work in encounters 1 to 3 rooms? Lich tokens. Lich tokens should be what's working, Scooby-Doo. I will go look into it right now, though. Yeah. What Sinesh said. One of them's a kobold. 2 and 3 are lich, but yeah, they need to have some type of indication for that. I thought you could only put the correct type on the altar. Like if it was a kobold, you couldn't put a lich there at all. But maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it sounds like Sinesh Kazgalt sounds like you've checked them to see that they're working. So I'm gonna go get coffee right now, and then I'll be back to do some more fixes. I gotta wait on this stuff anyways. Good morning, Sagewise. If you guys talk it out and it sounds like it's not working, when I come back, I'll look at that. Be right back with more coffee. room with huge tree, please. Yeah, that's one of the challenges with our elves. I mean, I think everybody has their preconceived notions that elves are kind of these, like... Oh, hold on, I gotta let it down again. The belief that elves are all tree-hugging hippies and live in trees. But, I mean, our obsidian elves, I like these elves that are more of a science experiment. Carnarvon, that's great. I've been thinking about doing that. I will try and get that set up today. Let's see. Nizar. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of dark elves, except they're not even dark elves. They're almost more, created by magic rather than being an old race. And for those who were wondering, Dog is my co-pilot. Hey, thank you, FireX. For those who missed it, I just fixed the trees in rainstorms and thunderstorms. The ones that go like totally crazy. I just fixed the weather data for the game. Let's see, next. So I'm not as familiar with the animation stuff for the satyrs, or for any of the creatures. That's one of the ones I've got on my list of things to learn, is how we hook that up, because I need to, so I can learn to hook up some new creatures completely by myself without having to fumble through it. But I will be going to look at those. This is the Island Metropolis pot, by the way. Minus actual water. Oh, that reminds me. List had a first pass on the Lord of the Isles, the new house, which I know this sounds crazy. I have not seen it yet, but he was actually having to do some work because it was too large to fit on a castle lot. So he was actually asking, like, hey, can we have something bigger than a castle lot? No, we cannot. But yeah, it's using, he's been working for about 2 weeks on, it's a art set that he bought, but he's been working for a couple weeks on improving it, fixing it up, making it more modular, adding more details to it, get it working in Unity. But I think he'll show that soon. I don't want to steal his thunder on that. Will stuff transfer back and forth between 1 and 2? Yes. Sadly, at least from the dev side of things, sadly, I think we've abandoned the idea of having a soft reset when you go over. So you have like a character in episode 1, then a character in episode 2. I think that is not going to happen. Let's see, so on to dungeon stuff. Hey Luger, last name, we'll see how things go. I may have to miss today's stream because I'm still trying to get those maps, and after talking to Dale yesterday, I'm worried that he just didn't see where Richard put them and that they were out in a rainstorm. We have enough extras, so it's not the end of the world, and we have to get more maps made. If that happened, if they're actually ruined. But some of it also depends on, like, the maps come in a big plastic bag. But I'm worried Richard, so they shouldn't be, weather shouldn't do anything to them, but I'm worried Richard, when he took them out to sign them, didn't put them back in the bag and he just left them out. So, like, again, fearing the worst. So I may be trying to go over and get those taken care of today, somehow or another. Even if it does mean renting a paddle boat and going to his house and dealing with his alarm. I've got the alarm code now, so I can get into his house if I need to. But yeah, so I may be doing that this afternoon instead of doing an afternoon stream. Yes, I've had people requesting that I start doing real life streaming. Trust me, my life is pretty boring. It involves me playing with Maxine a lot. And if I'm not playing with Maxine, then I'm doing yard work or getting her house ready for her. Hey, now that would be something if I went over to Richard's property. You guys probably haven't seen Richard's property. That might actually be something worth doing, is me live streaming Richard's property. This is his, and this was the place where it's at is his, the only thing he has in town right now. He's looking for a house right now in Austin. But the only thing he has out there is he's got a lakefront property that was actually, he had his house on top of the hill. That was what most people knew as Britannia Manor. But there's a neighborhood that was going to go in basically at the bottom of the hill that was going to be, a bunch of houses down there that was right waterfront property. Well, the developer, it was during a time when there was a crash in the market and the developer went bankrupt. And Richard bought that whole, I think it was like 170 acres in Austin city limits right on a lake. And then got it cheap and just kept it forever as an investment. But he is currently trying to sell that as he's getting ready to move back and buy a new property in Austin, just because that's way too much for any normal person. Not that Richard's normal. But it's also set up to be a conservancy, so he doesn't have to pay taxes on it. But that also means there can only ever be one house on it. But so he's always used that kind of as his playground area, so that's where all the little, there's a little hut house for each one of the Ultimas that he did. There's the theater, there's a big Globe Theater replica down there. That's also where they do the jousting in Austin. But he has it on the market right now trying to sell it, but he has it at a crazy high price, like the highest price thing in Austin, or Central Texas, basically. He knows he won't get that for it, so at some point he'll take less. But he doesn't really consider it his private space, like he does stay down there. But I mean, Richard's not a super private guy. How much? It is a paltry pocket change. $45 million is what he currently has it up for. Caravan, yeah, he has a pirate boat there. He has like a landlocked pirate boat there that's actually like built on the shore. There's a lighthouse there that's like a 3-story lighthouse. There's 9 little houses. There's the theater. There's just some random stuff. Oh, there's a castle there, but it's like a wooden fort castle. And then he's got a little hut cottage thing that he lives in when he comes down. He doesn't live in it, but that's what he stays in when he comes to visit. And he's got like a boat dock. Yeah, and that's so when SodaCon comes around in, when is it, August, October, September? I forget when SodaCon is later this year. If we've not moved back into an office, which again, right now, everybody's loving not having an office and not having to go up to work, but we still get to talk and go hang out and see each other, which was what we did yesterday and then also on Skype. But if we don't have an office by the time SodaCon rolls around, we're just going to do it down on the property. Everybody's welcome to come down to that property and hang out and play around. Like last time, I think we did like sword fighting stuff down there. Yeah, I mean, just that is worth seeing, that it's kind of a cool thing. And he had started building an actual like big castle, like a massive house. It's going to be Britannia Manor 3. But he put that on hold for a number of reasons, partially because the stock market crashed, but then some other stuff that just he decided it was too much, too big, and not a place to raise a family was kind of the other thing. But yes, there are rattlesnakes down there. I'm sure there are. I've never seen one, but I'm sure there's rattlesnakes. Caernarvon, actually, Britannia Manor had the one that was at the top of the hill that sadly was demolished when somebody else bought it. That actually had a dungeon in it. That it had a basement that had secret door. The only way to get to it was through secret doors. And then it had like a super tight stairway to get down there, and then down in the bottom it was actually underground. He had a dungeon down there, but he had like a weird little museum down there too that was also thank you Fakan. They had a weird little museum. It was actually on MTV Cribs. If you remember that TV show, you could probably go find it. But yeah, it was not for the faint of heart either. I gave somebody a tour down there one time, and they brought their wife. And again, down there, that's not just like, here's a little room, whatever. It's like a finished out, like wood paneled walls and all these crazy things. But there's like stuff like snakes in jars. There's a actual human skeleton down there. There were a bunch of these weird collections of things, including there's a stuffed, there's some type of big cat. I was trying to remember what it was, like a stuffed lynx or something like that. There's a collection of human eyeballs. There's like a fetus in a jar. Again, it was like crazy stuff down there. It was like museum stuff, not stuff you would expect to see down there. But then he also had, like, in another section of the dungeon, there was all sorts of crazy science stuff. He had the magnetic fluid with the resonance generator, the magnetic resonance. So it's basically a bowl of black goo. I'm sure he still has this. And then you turn on, and depending on the frequency, the black goo like lifts up into weird patterns. Of course, he's got a Tesla generator, or Tesla coil. That is like, he had like a big Tesla coil that could reach like across a room and spark you. Yeah, very, very eccentric. Unfortunately, his new wife has made him lose a little of that eccentric nature. Yeah, who doesn't have a Tesla coil? Yeah, but maybe if I go over there today, maybe I might be able to. He's got pretty bad Wi-Fi reception over there, or phone reception. We'll see. Maybe I'll go over and check him out. Let's see, what was I going to do today? I was going to work on the dungeon stuff, so I'm trying to figure out the dungeon stuff for what the next level of the dungeon is going to be. I was going to look at a few things. So I like the underground metropolis, but after looking at it, I think it's just too big. Things start getting unwieldy and performance problems start coming up, and so I think I'm going to take some of the parts from that may be true. Raxer slays a lot. The thing that, honestly, the reason I'm here is, I mean, I say this all the time, but the main thing I do this for is for the follows and to expose people to the game and game development. And the morning stuff, I've been finding I get a lot more follows in general. I think the last couple days, like I've probably had a total of like 35 new follows, just doing the morning stuff. So it's good. I mean, it's the same type thing when I do it on weekends. I find that I get, as much as I hate having to stream on weekends, I find that I get a lot more follows on weekends and get a different audience, which is really what we're doing. What I'm doing this for is get the follows and the people in there. Yeah, in Caravan, so I think there's actually been a spike in since I've started doing the streaming. That's been a slow trend up, that we'd kind of been flatlining in terms of having an audience that wasn't shrinking, but it wasn't really growing. And when I started doing the stream, there's been a mild trend up, and then over the last 6 days or so, since I started sending out the newsletter stuff and putting all that together, there's been a huge spike, like 3 times as many people coming into the game. Not 3 times the population, but 3 times as many new players coming into the game. And then there's also a good number of people coming back afterwards. So, and for those who don't know, I'm here whispering because my daughter's in the next room over, and she does not get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, so hopefully getting some new people in. Hopefully this next release will bring some new content for old people. List is hoping to wrap up his Lord of the Isle work today and start on finishing out his dungeon, his stuff. So hopefully we may have 2 new, very high tier scenes for you guys to explore this next release. I'll throw out another idea that we're working on. Rex or Slays, I'll do the same thing for the name change that I do for the other stuff, which is if you want a name change, I think I can do that in game. I'm trying to remember. I think I just do name change, but I can probably do it for you. Like, do the same thing I do before, is just like throw me 500 bits and I'll change your name for you. And we'll skip the support queue altogether, because the less we have going on into the support queue, the better. I should start having... Speaking of whispering, because I'm selling black market potions for the early risers, I should have some morning special for... The special only goes from 4 a.m. till 6 a.m. Sounds good, Raxer Slays a lot. Yeah, I'll have to go look up how to do it again, but it's... I mean, we charge a ticket on that stuff to make sure people, to discourage people from doing it. The same reason we charged entry into the Deco contest. It's not like we really care about, getting 100,000 gold out of you guys, because guess what? We can make our own gold if we want it. It's, we need to put some type of inconvenience fee on it is really what it is, so. But if I'm here, it's a lot less inconvenient for me to just do it right then and take your bits. Gardening speed buffs. Have to look into that. I'm gonna look at the underground. Scene here and see if I can find out. So it looks like what they're doing mostly is they're using this wall texture, this cavern mesh. Looks like something we made. And they were bad people, whoever made this, because they didn't prefab it. What the heck, people? How are you not prefabbing your stuff? So it looks like they're using basically two rock sets. They're using cavern mesh, and then they're using this other thing. But yeah, look, you can see these things are not prefabs. If you see it, it's a blue box, but it has a little white thing by it. That means it's just a raw model. That is a major, major, major no-no. Alright, well, I'm going to fix that now. It's third party. This is not third party. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Hold on here. I'm having to click on stuff that you guys aren't even able to see. Okay, so this is the cave set. Let's see. So the way, in case you're wondering, What's sowing and watering area is not a square. I can look into that. The way we do these cave sets is there's some shaders I've mentioned before that we use that are UV free shaders. And what that means is it ignores the UV and it just maps based on position, world positions. So what that lets us do is, hold on, let me make this, since I already cleaned this thing up, let me make this into a prefab first. Why are you saying there's a prefab? What's that? Okay. But anyways, so the UV free shader stuff lets us just put it together some meshes that don't have like they don't have a material really that's mapped exactly to it. So what it does is when we use this UV free shader, it maps it based on world space basically rather than actual model space. So what that means is if I move the model, you can see that the material, the texture on it is staying the same. Not sure if you guys can see that. Kind of looks like a stealth effect. But it's because the shader on it is staying the same. The model is moving, but the material is still mapping the same to the world space rather than being normally what model will be in model space. But this, you can see even if I scale it, even if I scale it, it doesn't change things. So it totally ignores the model space and works in world space. So, but that makes it great for doing caverns and stuff like that, because you can just take a bunch of arbitrary meshes and jam the meshes together, and they'll match up wherever they meet. They'll match up. Like right there's probably the edge of a model. That's probably the edge of a model right there. See, that's edge, and that one actually looks like it may be using a different material. But this one you can kind of see like the bottom, like it still matches up very well with the adjacent thing. So again, it makes it really easy to put together a bunch of arbitrary meshes but have them look like they match together. So that's how we do these cave pieces. This is really a lot of unique, like that's a piece, but you can't really tell. Now that I've shown you, you can see where it is, but you can't really tell where that mesh, it's not super obvious where that mesh is. The only reason it's obvious is because there's a kind of a sharp angle. And because I already showed you guys where it was, so. So, anyways, let me get together some prefabs here. Do. So in case you missed it, what I'm going to be doing is going and making a pirate cave using these parts. But I'm looking, rather than trying to reuse the scene, the player-owned town scene that has a lot of baggage that comes with it, and it's really much larger than I want and can't use some of the spaces. I'm instead going to use some of the techniques that were used in it, but not necessarily use the exact, not use that scene. Just going to add on to my scene using their parts, because level 3 is going to be a bit of a pirate. I see mind blocked. What does that mean? Original prefab. Ideas getting clogged in brain. Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to think through a lot of stuff at the same time while talking to you guys. There's a lot of stuff I haven't figured out exactly yet. I'm just going to be working through it with you guys. And while my mouth might be explaining texture and mapping stuff, my brain is trying to figure out how I want to build this thing and get it done in a day or two. Whoops, did that one. Port. Cavern mesh. And for whatever reason, this one did not get used. Let me see. Do. Dun, 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 dun. All right, got my chunks together. Let's see. Alphane, I have tried using multiple views before, but honestly, I find I go faster when I have a single view in terms of not having 3 visual spaces. If you've watched me build, maybe it's just years of practice, but I honestly don't have problems with 3D spaces at all and putting things around, moving things around, and understanding where it is. So for whatever reason, I know, I mean, I have used like the split 4 angle view stuff before. It slows me down. I do better looking at something and moving around and understanding where it is in 3D space. Probably some of that is if you're actually like modifying a mesh, it can be a little more helpful to have a 3D view, to have like the split view, so you can actually see what's happening at that time, because you're really like you're moving verts, you're applying stuff, you need to see it from all angles at the exact same time. But for me, because I'm kind of more moving whole models, I just don't think it works for me as well. I got about 15 minutes before Maxine wakes up, and then I'll have to go get her ready. But getting a good start here. Let's see. I'm gonna go use. That's not how that works. There we go. And I probably will do a little terrain for this. One of the tough things with doing terrain is always picking your textures to go on the terrain. So if you see me copying somebody else's right here, I'm setting all those as favorites, so when I get over to the other one, I can rebuild it. So I think I got what I need here. Although I must say I like these mushrooms. Let me see if I can... find those mushrooms. And this is because, again, I'm going to be ripping off. That is not it. Oh, the mushrooms are part of the terrain. Okay, got it. If you can't click on something, that's usually what it means. There's no trees, but there are shrubs. There we go. Let's see if there's anything else we want to steal from this scene before I get back to it. So that's using the Kingsport water. Not sure what I think about that. Okay, I got the mushrooms, I got the walls, I got the textures for the terrain. Maybe that's worth stealing. I think that's... yeah, that's a piece of the terrain. Alright, so I think I'll have this all set. I'm going to go over to my map. figure out where I want to place this stuff, and then probably when I get back from getting Maxine ready, I'm going to dive into the creation of this new level. I think it'll go pretty quick in terms of the layout. If you guys have any like old D&D maps or something like that you want to share with me to match up with a pirate map, underground pirate map, feel free to share those. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go find. We've got a pirate pack that's actually something we bought from the store that's pretty decent. There's not that many things, that many artists who make stuff for like the Unity store and that. But there's a group called, I don't know even know if it's a group. It's a guy named K4's his name, that he makes some amazing stuff that he keeps updated. Oh, Goonies theme, that would be good. I can have like the big guy, make him a troll. Is a friendly troll who follows around with you. What do you guys think? Good idea. Oh yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to add some onks to my dungeon. I probably should go ahead and get that on my list. Okay, well I think I got all the goodies out of this map that I need. I'm ready to use it for mine. Let me get over to my dungeon. Actually, I'm going to go look at a couple other dungeon maps real quick. And then I will get busy on making the other one. Let's see, what is Hilt called? It's not called Hilt. Oh no, it is. Do you guys have any other favorite underground cave scenes in the game? I honestly do not know all the map stuff. Yeah, I definitely will have some unique fishing opportunities in here. So here's Hilt. I could see using some of this obsidian geometry for other maps. You know what? This is totally a scene, a room I should steal for dungeons. You guys would love having this room. It's very, very much like the Rise library room that I made. Morning. Morning, Rufus. What do you guys think? Should this be a room in 4-player dungeons? Looks like you can get to all the exits from this room. That's one of the things I try to make sure we have, so we don't have traps for people. Yeah, it looks like he took, I didn't even know this was here, but I think he took the Rise layout stuff that I was doing. I think this one, is this the same? Yeah, it's the same width even. Oh Yeah, it's got the same passage up there. You just cut it off here. Cave in, that's good. Again, I'm just looking for dungeon ideas, for underground ideas, but I think this one is more, less cavey underground stuff and more dungeony elf stuff. Oh yeah, well, this is another one. I need to come back here and steal some more of the rooms out of this thing. Maybe add a little bit to them. Ah, here we go. Here's something that could be useful. Not so sure. Maybe some fumaroles. Lava. Yeah, this is one of the things I've fought with for this map. Is it's a neat map, but if you look at it, it's pretty much all in a line. Like you pretty much draw a string from the start of it to the end of it. Which I don't like for performance reasons. You're always looking down. Then there's some places with some far view distances. And you can see actually the blackness here. That's because I cut the camera view distance on it at some point for performance. So that's why there's that dark fog that starts down there. I don't know if there's lava fish in Quell. I'm not going to do lava on this level, just because, as you might guess, as the dungeon descends down, I do have some specific plans for levels. And some of the lower levels will be lava, have lava, quite a bit of lava in them. Passages over lava, bridges over lava, lots of lava, 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 lava. Good morning, Synergy Blaze. But yes, this theme is underground cavern pirate room for some big stuff. As I mentioned, in a few minutes I'm going to have to go get Maxine ready for school. Her mom's trying to get out of here early today, so about we'll see how long it takes her to wake up. She gets to set her own alarm, so she sets it to whatever kind of music she wants. Some mornings, though, she also knows how to turn it off, and she just turns off her alarm. Let's see. I do like those things as a good landmark. Again, if you arrived late, well, one thing is, the first thing I did is I went and fixed the crazy trees that people have complained about for a year, more, forever. The trees that go totally nuts when there's a storm out. So I went and fixed that globally. So crazy trees should be a thing of the past now. But now I've been looking at other dungeon maps that we have, trying to identify some good pieces I can use. Alright, so that's kind of cool. That's a single dome piece. This would be a good room to fight in. This would be... Yeah, I really like that, reusing that. I'll probably change up a few things on it if I use it, but... aside from these guys right here, I don't see anything that's really specific to this, to a map, other than just being a big dome room. So yeah, so I may end up using that. Oh yeah, let's see if there's any other things in here that look tempting. Oh, that's also another tempting one. That's not going to do anything for me. Obsidian throne. Oh yeah, these gates. Good stuff. Let's see. Alphane, good night. And I would love to go hunt some bosses with you sometime. Definitely watched a lot of your videos. Let's see, so that is kind of cool. I wonder how that's broken up. Yeah, see, I think it'd be kind of fun to have like this type of, for walkways, have like this type of walkway thing going over lava. That may be what some of the bottom areas are. Connected to that. That can be like a connection point. Alright, I think that's going to be some good stuff for later on. I don't know if I'm going to use that in this map, though. So let me get back to my map. Okay. So, for those keeping score at home, this is kind of how you start the dungeon. Let me get... That's where you start. There's multiple ways in. Those kind of link together. This will be a way down. So I think this, if you guys recall from the start, let me turn off the light. In the start of the dungeon, there's a shortcut, a bypass, if you want to skip all this area. And yes, I may put this behind a lock, like a key lock. So you have to have done stuff. But if you want to bypass all this area, all that area, and then bypass the crazy maze, you can just drop down this tunnel. So I think what that's going to do is drop you down into the top of the cavern. It's going to drop you into the water area down there. So that means I need to have somewhere right down here. I need to have a terrain that's going to be kind of the basin. Yep, Mojito's awake. And I think you can actually see him today because I have some white windows on this monitor over here that are casting light on him. So down here we're gonna have environment level 3. And this is where we will be starting. Let's see, do they call a terrain a 3D object? Yes, they do. Alright, so we got, where's our drop down? Drop down's right over here. And I'm not necessarily going to leave this thing here long term, like leave this super long tunnel down. Yep, Mojito's on the move again. But what I do want is I want to have it there so I have a visual reference for where this is going to empty out. I think this is going to empty out into the top of a giant cave section where you'll basically fall through the cave. Now what would be really fun is if I had like a moving platform or a moving ship out there that would sail underneath this point, so there's always a chance, like if you dropped down you had a chance of dying. I know, me and my random numbers. Alright, so we're going to want this to go down quite a ways. How about that? Is that good? I think actually... Again, I want to get it down quite a bit. Because part of it is also the separation between the maps to help with performance. This is definitely an area I will want players, I want a big separation because this will probably be a big performance. And also it's kind of fun to fall really long distances too. Chance of bouncing? Maybe your corpse. Alright, grumpy dog. Oh, Mojito, it's just about time to get Maxine up. tell me when you're ready, buddy. Alright, let's see. So that's still not quite far enough. I think I need one more to get it down to the point. That's another 20. Okay. Or you think, is that intimidating enough? Alright, so now we have a good reference for where that's going to come down. Now I can take this guy. And again, I can cut off some of that distance there. The thing I want to make sure is that the bottom of this, let's see, our camera is got a view distance currently of 150. So I'd like to make it so the bottom of, like, this start is 150 from here. So we may not quite be there, so like maybe down to a negative 180. And another thing I can do to hey, good morning. Oh, thank you, Matilda Waggy. Thank you for the follow. That's, again, for those who watch this stream, they know that is the main reason I do this. So the other thing I need to get an idea of is camera view distances. So you can see that is the camera view distance currently. So I've got to design spaces that fit to that, where that's all the view distance you need. Now I could take this map and turn it up and make it a little bit, make it more than 150. 150 is a pretty good distance. Again, we can do the dark fog, where the stuff fades out at a distance, but 150 is probably good. Just for safety, just because it doesn't really cost anything more, and it's just, again, all it is a longer fall. I'm going to take this down to negative 200. So hold on while I extend my this stuff down. And again, for those who missed it, the reason I need to do, I'm trying to keep this map significantly far away from that map, is for performance reasons from both sides, so you're not, it'll basically call out everything else up there. Also, there's some server stuff in terms of what the server sends you in terms of updates. That also can get culled based on distance, and having it a significant distance away is kind of a big deal. So the other thing is, there are a few things, just as how we optimize some things. There are a few things that are based on a 2D stuff, so having overlapping levels can actually negatively impact performance on some things. Not many things, but a few. So one of the things I'm going to look at is trying to make sure I keep this terrain kind of the main area. Looks like from here, yeah, I can minimize the overlap if I keep the terrain on this direction. So put it in that corner. And so the idea is you're going to land... Oh, that's a little too much in that corner. You'll land in this corner of the map. And then basically it'll be the fight to get over to that side of the map. And then continue moving the dungeon that way. So I didn't even check the size of my terrain. I think the default's 500 by 500. Might be okay. I think I'm going to go up to meter resolution. These numbers down here that I'm tweaking have to do with the detail mapping of the terrain and how tightly, this is the texture resolution, so how, like, what's the smallest chunk of a texture type I can put on something. The height map is also another important one. I'm going to turn it up to... turn it up as well. That is the resolution at which you can change elevation. As I've mentioned before, the way the terrain works, at least in Unity, is it keeps a 2D height map that's 1024 by 1024, so 1,000,000 points of elevation. And then you can go in, when you modify that, all it's doing is modifying a UV. You can actually export the map. You look down here. Oh, you can't quite see what I'm doing down there because of the stuff. But you can export it. You can actually export it as a grayscale image. You can do the same thing. You can bring it in as a grayscale image. You've got to do it in a format called RAW because it needs 16-bit resolution. But again, there's the start of our stuff. So let's put down, just so we have something interesting to look at. How about Galleon T prefab? Let's put down some ships out here so we have some reference points. Yar, matey. That's just for some reference sizes. Here's the City Player House Galleon. Here's a Haunted Galleon. So one of the crazy ideas I had on this, you guys can talk this over while I go get Maxine ready in a minute. One of the crazy ideas I had on this was it would just be an underground lake that has a big cave overhead, and like you can see it's stone. But the water would be like extremely poison. Damaging. So you touching the water wouldn't kill you instantly, but it would kill you pretty quick, like quicker than you could. There's no way you'd be able to swim across. And instead, so imagine there's land. Here I'll get a visualization going for you guys so you can actually see. Oh, that's way too much. Do. Okay, so imagine this is the cave area. And that there are some... Hold on, let me find those things I found at Doc I was going to use. Big Shroom, Cave Kit, Fumarole. Okay, maybe I didn't throw it on there. But imagine there's... over here's where you fall down. You're going to have to fall into a little freshwater thing. Kind of in here will be the beach area. So imagine a beach in here. That's where you're going to plop down into. To a little freshwater lake down there. The water is toxic. Let me get that represented real quick. Will you stop? Hush, I'll take care of you. We have to go get Maxine ready, buddy. Let's see. Oh yes, their Blood Bay. What that? That's not the Blood Bay I want. There's something red in there. Okay, there you go. Do do do. You do do do. So pirate ships. There'll be one in here. Maybe that one goes away and then we do a little pirate island. That is not doing what it's supposed to do. I hate you. Oh, is it not? No, it's got to be doing. Should be doing that. Why are you not? Horrible thing. So in case you guys weren't aware, if you're not a Unity person, you probably don't know, but they completely changed terrains and how stuff works in them. For the latest version. Of Unity. What is going on there? That's exact opposite. That's adding noise. But anyway, so here's kind of the idea. You guys can discuss while I'm gone. I'll give you my quick sales pitch. So you drop out of here from a mile high, come down you'll land in a freshwater pool right here. Bloop. And a lake that flows out of the mountains, or flows out of the cave. That flows into this section over here, which is all the super toxic water. There's a pirate ship docked here that will be the first thing that you take. But then going back and forth between the boats are some small ghost rowboats. That's basically how you move between from boat to boat. The water is, like I said, extremely toxic and will likely kill you pretty quick. There's a little pirate island out here in the middle. And then again, rowboat from place to place to place. So you'll basically move from pirate ship to pirate ship, clearing the pirate ships. Is kind of the short version. And let me do my giveaway before I go and get Maxine ready and start a new one right when I get back. But anyways, that's kind of the idea, is that there's going to be, this will be a pirate ship to pirate ship adventure, and you won't be able to rush it too much. Because of the having to wait for the rowboats. The ghost rowboats. Over here is where the big cave exit's going to be. This is how the pirate ships get in. It'll be a big cave exit where you can sail out, but again, the water will kill you pretty quick, so you won't be able to go over there. And then over here is where the final rowboat will take you to a dock over here, which is how you move on to the next level. What pixel mode Chris said. And I now have the wife yelling at me, so I gotta go get ready. Get Maxine ready. So I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Oh, let me do the giveaway. And start the next one. Close. Winner. Hey, pixel mode Chris. Congratulations. I'll get you hooked up in just a minute. Let's see. Dungeon encounter room 1. We'll do the dungeon encounter room number 1 from Chillblains for our next giveaway. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. Woohoo! Got the house to myself. Oh, I should probably turn down the gain, shouldn't I? Hold on. There we go. Woohoo! Now I got the house to myself. All right. Oh. Hold on. Grumpy dog needs me to get his bed ready for him. Get in there, Mojito. There you go. Why have we not made more icons yet? I just realized we only have the Mojito and the Dark Star. All right. So refresher, since it looks like I've got about 15 more people here. Apparently me leaving the channel makes the viewer count go up. Yep. Yesterday, well, 2 days ago, we made level 1 of the dungeon. Again, still needs some more deco work, but the boss fights are in there and pretty simple. I only have one Easter egg in there so far, and that is the latrine area, where I put Arca's portrait in there. Then that takes you down to section 2. There's a big stairs down. There's a big iron gate. Then that leads you into the second dungeon that is crazy. The second level of the dungeon that is crazy. That this is about as mazy as you can get. It's, again, players will be screaming, I need a map. What, did I forget one? I think I've got an opening. I do have an opening right there. Dang it. I was going to say, I knew I'd miss one. Can't believe you guys didn't catch that and tell me about it. Let me go ahead and put a cover over that while I'm thinking about it. Whoop. So this was level 2 of the dungeon. Yesterday we also did a fairly quick boss fight for it. Oh, that's right. I turned off highlighting. Hold on one second. There we go. I was like, why am I not selecting it? I am selecting it. That does not quite look right. Whoops. That's not right for sure. Alright, there we go. Now we can call that done. Already has the boss fight laid out with the strategies discussed. Let's see. Not just a toilet portrait in the toilet, that is Arca's portrait in the toilet. And then there's another little, it's not a boss fight room, but a challenging room. So this will lead you to the crazy area that I've got to work out here as to how you're going to get from here down to there. I was saying it's probably going to be it'll be a long maze. I'll probably drop a few rooms into it along the way so we can handle the transition from the... Oh, thank you, Unity. Thanks for that teleport. So we can get from the crazy, mazy, whatever, and lead you down to a sane entrance into this space. So this is going to turn into... This is my, like, 2-minute Duber of throwing down some stuff, try and get an idea of scale. I think it's really important when you're working on stuff like this that you get a scale. Let's see. Get a scale of what you're going to be looking at. So one of my questions I'm going to have to answer, I probably should answer it now, is will these things even support battles? I don't think these in particular are going to support a battle. That's one of our challenges. Now these might support a battle. This guy. So I might have some trouble here, because I may not have anything that is a good fighting area. Because these are supposed to be... these are supposed to be for battling, like having a little fight with the pirates. But if they can't actually, if I can't get a nav mesh to generate on these things, that will be problematic. So let's see. So the ghost one over here, this one right here, this is insanity. I'm not sure how they will handle this. I guess I could have something up here. That's gonna be tough. So I'm not planning on having these ships sail side by side. That is one of the pieces of tech we really need to get working, is having critters, NPCs that can handle standing on a moving object. Using we've got the moving object system, but it does not currently support having NPCs acting on it. So we can have moving objects, but the parts that are moving have to be player only currently. Now that is one of the things we're looking at and working on addressing, but let's see what happens. So I'm gonna, this is of course Crazy Town down here. I'm going to turn off the terrain just to speed up nav mesh generation, and I'll turn off the plane. But I need to see what type of nav mesh it'll generate for these ships, so that is next up. For those who don't know who I am or what I'm doing or why I'm walking you through this stuff, my name is Chris Spears. I am the tech director on Shroud of the Avatar, a computer game made with the Lord British, Richard Garriott, and Starlong, and a fairly small team of people. Got about a dozen other active people besides me. We have you can go play it now. In fact, I looked and we're over 10 million hours of played time by players. 10 million is a few. So we're actually a live game. Again, that's one of the things a lot of people don't know, is that we're a live game. That sadly comes up constantly on this stream as people come in. What is this? I've never heard of this game. This is not the game, by the way. This is the... I'm showing off some level design stuff here. The game is actually... Whoop, that's what it looks like when you go away from your keyboard for an hour. Let me get in there. I need to give Chris, Pixel Mode Chris, a present anyways. So let me get this generating in the background here. Beauty and the Beast. Maxine, my 5-year-old, that I just had to get ready, had set her... did I type in the wrong password? it's a little better. But she sets her own alarm. She just says, Alexa, set my alarm for whatever. But she chose children's music, so now I have Beauty and the Beast stuck in my head. Alright. This is what the game actually looks like. This is a player-created town that they decoed everything. They laid it out. They put down the houses. Then players came in and filled out and took ownership of different houses and decoed those out. Let's see. Let me get back over here to Unity so we can check to see how things look. Just finished up with the nav mesh. Here's the moment of truth. Wah, wah. So this area up here is obviously problematic. What is connecting this top area and the bottom area? Because it looks like it's the same color. Huh. No, I guess it just has a lot of different ones. Okay, so that pirate ship is going to be problematic. How about this one over here? No, that's the same one. How about this guy? This guy didn't get anything at all. Oh, he probably doesn't have collision. No, he does have collision. Kind sir, why do you not have a nav mesh? Are you not marked static? No, it's marked static. It's within the bounds of the nav mesh generation. It is a ghost ship. Looks like it has good collision on it. Very odd. It's on the default layer. Yep, default layer, okay. How about this guy? Did this guy get collision? See, this guy got collision. That's about what I would expect. But yeah, that it breaks it up into chunks, so there's area down there, area down there, area down there. So the pirate ship... This may be poo-pooing my pirate ship ideas, pirate ship battle ideas, until we get a different ship out here. Anika, my Greek friend, I would rate Unity. It's pretty easy to get started in. If for artists, I think artists and level builders in general prefer Unreal over Unity. Coders prefer Unity over Unreal for some parts of it. Again, the big thing that is a problem these days is the them not sharing their source code. That if they'd share their source code, programmers would be way behind it. But it's pretty rapid iteration. It's pretty easy to get started just in terms of like throwing objects into a scene. That's like the easy part. It's the how do you expand on that. The engine itself is pretty easy. I would rate it as the easiest of the kind of 3 or 4 major engines out there between Unity, Unreal, Lumberyard, and trying to think what other stuff. There's anytime you're dealing with an MMO, everything is 100 times as complicated. Anything online is 100 times as complicated. So if you're thinking just throw together a quick MMO and it's as easy as I'm making it look to put together maps and have playable stuff, it is like there's a crazy amount of work that you have to do before any of that stuff happens. You can do any of that stuff. So making an MMO is hard, but Unity overall is a pretty easy engine to use. Oh, come on, Unity. Yeah, you can see the problem here. The colored grids that you're looking at there show the different sections of a nav mesh. So you can see the green area connects between the green area and the other green area, but there's no connection between up here, which is what I would expect. We do have some tech to allow for ladders. I think that takes some extra work though. But creatures do have a way that they can use ladders as well. Again, I think this will be, even though it would be a cool space to fight in, I'm not sure if it's going to be really workable. I'm going to have to look around. I thought we had some bigger pirate ship stuff. Maybe we don't. We got some airships. Yeah, what I want is that airship, but on the ground. Because that airship has... Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at again. Wah, wah. Trying to look at all things ship related that we have in the project. I have no idea what that is. Oh, that's some like third-party plugin. Alright, so that's the galleon ship I already have out there. That's the shipwreck version of it. See, that'd make a pretty good fighting space right there, because it has an open deck and it looks like the top and bottom go together. So I'm surprised we don't have like that. Just the bottom part of that has the Cloud Imperium City player house. Yeah, what I really want is I want just this ship part here, minus the balloon. I may put those in there. Let me see if that's divided up in an intelligent way. And again, if you're watching the stream, this is kind of the experimenting portion of the show where I'm trying to figure out exactly what I'm going to be doing and how I'm going to be pulling it off and putting it together. You know, like, can I delete? If I turn off that. Man, why would you build the ropes into the model there? It's not even the same material. Yeah, so I'm not going to be able to turn that off. Yeah, if you saw a spaceship go by, we do not have a spaceship in the game. Don't get excited there. The spaceship is... Hold on, I just saw something. Why is that pink there? Why is that not... Does that not connect? I think that's got to be because of the sharp corner. I think I need to change something here. Hold on. Sorry, I saw a bug and there's a bug and I must fix. But I'm gonna go look. Maybe this is an opportunity I can pull in some new models for ships. That is something that's easy to find, a lot of ships models out there. Not sure how piratey feeling they will be. And what I'm looking for is this doesn't connect with that. So I'm trying to make that... I'm trying to see if that is just because it doesn't like the sharp down to the door. That we've seen that in a number of places where it's just a tiny bit too small. Come on. Come on, Unity. And you guys can't see it, but there's dialogues and stuff popping up. Okay, so that actually is what is breaking it. Annoying. Alright, so let me take a break from thinking about the pirate ship stuff. So give me a chance to clear my head. Whoops. Trying to make sure I have a contiguous nav mesh everywhere. Do. Dang. Whoops. Why are you so hard to grab, plane? You're making me look bad. There we go. Okay, so now if I generate nav, I bet it'll be all glorious again. And yes, easily distracted, but that is one of those things. I try to make sure the nav mesh, it's important for this map, in case you guys hadn't heard me talking about it, that this map is, this one level in particular needs to be a contiguous nav mesh, because there's a number of creatures in here that have no leash distance set for them. They have a high leash distance set, high enough so it will take, lead them over the entire level. So basically it can be a zombie chase scene for long periods of time. Hold on, I'm predicting this fixes it all. There we go. Yeah, and it just doesn't like the straight down to a straight doorway. You gotta have a flat space before the doorway. Whew. Alright, now we're all glorious and happy. Look at that. I can chase you all the way from one corner of the dungeon to the other. Now, back to pirate ships. Yeah, see, this has the nav mesh I want. This has the one big fight space. Like they can come down here and then fight you in the pits. I'm just frustrated because, well, maybe they could be balloon pirates. They dock their boats, their balloon boats in the water. Huh? Billy Bologna, what was your in-game name and what did I owe you? Yeah, and I could go and modify the model. I just hate going and modifying existing models when there's probably good options out there or better options out there. Again, we haven't bought anything from the Unity store or Turbo Squid in a long time. That's one of the things I said we're going to start doing some more of that, is because we'd like to have some more new content. I think there's some good pirate ships out there, because the other thing is it's kind of a small space to fight on anyways. And I didn't send that to you. Let's see. Rustic. I usually send these things right when I do them, because if I don't, Rustic. Do I have one of those in my inventory? So that probably means I bought it for you, but never actually sent it to you. I think I'll keep it. It's mine. Oh man, how many more emails do I have now? Alright, I need to get through my email today. Billy. Is it Billy Bologna? Oh. Grat's a little late. Pixel Mode Chris, what was your... I forget who you are in game. Balloon Pirates? Is there a new Peter Pan movie? I think there was a new Peter Pan movie. That's right. Vino Corlin. Got it. I was going to say, I know I've sent you stuff before and you were a name on you in-game and a name on you there. It lost the connection. And I was sending you... This is for the first prize of the day, which is the Heraldry Tabard cloth stuff, so I should be able to do Herald Tabard. So I'll have Tabard in the name. Yeah. Bam. Sent. Alright, now you're caught up. Should be waiting for you. Anyways, back to this stuff. So that is one thing, I could do. There's a couple options here. I could make these somewhat interesting. I wonder if I scaled these guys out. I wonder if this is broken up into chunks. No, of course not. Of course it's not broken up into chunks. Why would we break something up into chunks? Breaking things up into chunks does increase draw calls, but honestly it's one of those things if you're using shadow casting lights, breaking things up into chunks actually increases, or not breaking things up into chunks can actually increase draw calls. Or at least poly counts dramatically, because every light will end up casting shadows through it, which means it forces a re-render and you get an extra draw call for it. So having one big object, every light touches it forces a draw call of the entire object, even though it may only be touching a small portion. So you actually can get a lot worse performance by having one big object, even though that's kind of the old school thinking of things, is make it one big monolithic object to reduce your draw calls. That's, again, that works in some worlds, but not in not so much in ours. Well, I'm sad I don't have any good pirate ships, it seems. I guess I can make these a side. Let me do a little quick shopping here. See if there's anything. You do. You do. Oh yeah, these are all horrible. Absolutely horrible. You guys can't see, but I'm looking on Turbo Squid. And XXR Hardy, where I'm actually looking into, I've got some reports, like performance seems to be great in our test situations, in our test computer, but it seems there's some people who have machines that should be plenty up to snuff that are getting worse than expected frame rates. Sadly, one of those people is like Marquee Dragon is having some serious problems with the frame rate. So I've got to go take a look at it. Marquee actually he sent me an email yesterday, and I'm going to get back to him here in a few minutes, but he sent me an email that he actually had to build out. He has his main streaming machine, which is like some crazy 32-core, 64-thread AMD, crazy over-the-top 1900 or whatever it is. And like Titan video cards, crazy stuff, and it runs the game horribly. So he actually built out a second PC that's just a single fast, like a old i7 with the video card that runs. It's mainly for running Unity games because he does stream a number of Unity games. But he said that he still gets pretty bad frame rate, and I've looked at it, and it's getting way worse than he should, and I have no idea why, and I'm gonna have to go look at it. Yeah, the Turbo Squid has some models on there, but it's as soon as you actually filter down to the ones that are modest poly counts, you'll find that it doesn't actually have anything that's really that useful for us. Yeah, they've got, they're probably the best selection of models on the internet, and they come in pretty easily for Unity. Yeah, having models with 500,000 polygons is not super desirable. Let me go check just to see if there's anything in the Unity store. Not super optimistic here, but I think it's worth a look. Yeah. Found one here, but feels a little cartoony. Wish they had better pictures of the things. Yeah, it's hard to see. No Minotaur or Etten yet. Again, that's one of the things I think I was just talking to people about yesterday, is that's basically the team meeting. We basically have added no store-bought art in forever, in a long time. And I think that, again, was just kind of a mentality that everybody had accepted, that we wouldn't do any store-bought art. And I think it's because we had some backlash that we added. It was something stupid, we added hey, here's a statue, you guys requested a statue deco, and we bought a statue deco and we put it in the game for sale, and then immediately turned into massive Reddit thread. So that's kind of one of the new things going forward, is we're just going to say F all trolls. We don't care what you say, trolls. We're going to focus on making the game better, and in a lot of situations that means buying game art, and wherever we need to use it, we'll use it. We can use it for other stuff. Most of the stuff we have in game is original, but again, guess what? There's a lot of good sources out there, because part of this came up because one of the things we're looking at doing is for a lot of the episode 2 art, because we do have a fairly small team. I think you guys all know we could use some help, but we're trying to avoid growing the team big again, because that's actually one of the big regrets we had was for episode 1, is we ended up we grew the team, and then we shrank the team after we shipped episode 1, which that is painful. And so there's a couple options. You can do contractors rather than hiring people full-time, but then a lot of people don't want to work for contract. They want a full-time job, and I totally get it. Troll sucks. Yes, Troll is absolute trash. That was somebody that was not laid off. They were let go. Put it however you want to, but again, the Troll quality horrible. But anyways, one things we're looking at is doing contracting out stuff, so outsourcing stuff going forward. So that's, and as soon as we were like, okay, well, we know we're going to be outsourcing some stuff to get some artwork done, get some possibly even some map work done, then how is that much different than buying arts that that's already made? So anyways, again, short version is we're definitely lifting we're not going to put in any art unless we custom make it. That is, again, yet another way that listening to trolls hurt the project, I think. So we will be there'll be some more art, some more creatures, some more other stuff showing up, because again, we're throwing out that idea and trying to make sure we never fall for that, because again, that we let trolls damage the game. The story of our lives is letting trolls dictate the game, which, guess what? They don't want a better game. They want to be trolls. So, anyways, I'll be looking at some assets here. Well, you know what I thought? Yeah, I think we already have a massive pirate ship that we got from the store that probably got deleted along the way. Let me go see if I can find that. You Beauty and the Beast. Again, Maxine had her kids' music on this morning, so I have all these stupid kids' songs in my head, stuck in my head. My Streamlabs bot has broken. Which one? My question one? Looks like some people added some questions this morning. Last one added was Shift PC. Are you guys going to add new enemy types like new monsters, etc.? Ah, okay, that's what it was. Okay, I'll look. My Greek friend. All right, hold on 1 second here. Trying to get into my old Unity account. Hold on. Alright, so now I should be able to get in to... Come on. I know, this is horrible streaming content. Let me at least turn over the picture so it's looking at Liz's town instead of a broken pirate ship. There we go, that's a little better. And sorry, but this is what my day is like a lot of times. A lot of boring stuff. Do. Maybe it wasn't on this one. Hold on a second, I'm gonna have to go do something else here. Again, sorry for the horrible streaming stuff, but this is my work day. It's kind of how I work. Dang. Do. Sign out. Sign in. Apparently never actually bought this one. Let me see what this actually looks like. Hold on. I guess I can share this with you guys. Let's see. You do. Again, I'm sure this will suck, but just so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Well, I like that it's big. It's got big flat areas to fight on. Not sure about the quality since this video resolution is so poopy. Yes, we get it. You know how to use camera splines. Yeah, it feels like it's 240p or something. I worry whenever they have that. It's like, if you don't know how to capture video at high resolution, what are the odds you actually know how to do a thing? Oh, look at that map. That map looks familiar. I wonder if that's like an open source map, because that looks like something we have. looks like it's got the things I'm looking for is probably totally different stuff from you guys. I'm looking for fighting spaces. Oh, look at this for a fighting space. And I'm looking for ramps that can be traversed by an AI. Yeah, glued on windows. Again, the kind of standard I would have for like a scene where you're going to be fighting stuff, and the scene where you guys would be able to, you know, deco. Yeah, it's huge. It's the big thing. Again, it's kind of what I'm looking for in terms of a fighting space. That's a lot of levels to the ship there. That may be... Do you guys want to see the top 5 times people took WoW too far? Let's not say we did. So... Yeah, maybe I can spend a little time on that. I have to take a look here. You guys don't need to see that. Alright, let me get on the right account to purchase this thing at least. Do 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 do. Alright, so you guys all streamed the pain of me dealing with new assets, getting them into game and getting them set up and trying them out. So I'm going to have to go get my company credit card, so give me a minute. We'll try this out. Hold on 1 minute. What is going on with the Streamlabs bot? Timed out. I hate being... What? Keeps blocking people. Bad stream bot. Let me see. Is that part of the Streamlabs chat bot? Wonder what's doing that. I don't have any of the mod tools turned on right now. This is in the chat bot though. It may be in the other. It's for blocking for assets? Grow up, chatbot. I don't think it's chatbot. I think it's the Streamlabs OBS. Let me see if I can figure out where that's actually happening. Yeah, that's Streamlabs, but Streamlabs makes both of the things. Do. Word protection. Here we go. I bet this is it. Blank, please refrain from using foul language. Yeah, this is the thing. Hold on, let's see if I can figure out where to get the blacklist. Yeah, that's not on the blacklist. I forgot I'd added those. If you want to get blocked, you can say cash grab or money grab. So let me... Yeah, that's annoying. I don't see a way to just turn this part off. Use default blacklist. No, I don't want to use the default blacklist. Okay, try it now. Nope, just deleted it. Oh wait, I gotta save settings. Here, now try saying ASS. There you go. Okay. Now you can drop whatever F-bombs or ass variants you want in my chat. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to go get some more coffee and grab my wallet. And you guys can deal with me while I add some giant crappy, hopefully not crappy, but some giant pirate ship in there. Be right back. I will be off getting my coffee. Yes, faithful dog, follow. Ah. Let's see. Good morning, everybody. So it's been a little bit different morning in terms of my... Oh, I hear you, dog. Hold on. In terms of what I've been doing, starting the third level of my dungeon. But I started off fixing a few bugs, including the crazy trees. Yeah, I drink large cups of coffee, but I do it using just the normal-sized Keurig one source thing. No, I do not use the disposable types. I only use the reusable Keurigs thing, just like the Keurig, because my day started at 3. It's now 7. On my third cup of coffee, if I'd made a pot of coffee, it would be like black tar by now. So, let's see. So anyways, I've been... Oh, let me hide that. Or rather, cover it up. Oh, it looks like I got a couple follows. Thank you, Matilda Waggy, and thank you, Tiragas. That's good, Tiragas. But anyways, this is for a dungeon. This section I'm working on now is trying to find pirate ships that would work. That's part of the theme. That would have good fighting spaces on them. I mean, having a pirate ship you can live on and deco is like, that's fine if it's a little tighter. But trying to find a pirate ship that was good content for, like, I can go and fight on it. So none of the pirate ships we have are that. This was me using, obviously, placeholder everything, trying to lay stuff out. Because the idea is basically there'll be 2 ways to get down there. One, you can walk down. That'll be a long passage down. Possibly an elevator shaft. Very likely an elevator shaft. That will lead from one level up here down to the bottom. The other way is you can jump in the hole and you'll take a plunge. Basically take a long fall. Down and land in the water. But then the idea is going to be an underground sea with a giant cave on one side. I've got the pieces to make the cave and the ceiling and all that stuff, all that jazz. The thing I didn't have, yes, the Goonies. But the thing I didn't have is pirate ships that work well for combat spaces. So we have some amazing pirate ships that are great for player spaces. Okay, if I can see one. You know, like this guy over here. This works great for a player space, but in terms of fighting space, you kind of want some open areas and you want it to be like flat and you know, have space where the NPCs can move around. These are broken up and chunked all apart. So the thing where I was looking for was a pirate ship, a ship that actually had some fighting space on it. The flying ship, as I found, actually has a better space. Like, that's a little better in that it's got a contiguous mesh that the AIs can handle easily. Some elevation change, but still some big flat areas. I wish I could use that, but that would still not be a very big area. So as I was giving the rant earlier, that's one of the things as we continue. We're, you know, kind of in a let's fix a lot of the stuff that's been broken, both with the game and with our processes within the game. One of those things is at some point about a year ago, I think. Yeah, ships never got any love. But about a year ago, we decided to stop buying any art because, and again, it was a decision dictated by trolls. So we have talked about that, and that was absolutely a horrible decision. Because there's a lot of good art out there, and it's a lot of it, just like with some of our creatures that are older, they were a good starting point if they were not the final thing. But as we've talked, we're probably going to contract out some stuff to art outsource our art houses for some of the episode 2 stuff. But I was just about to actually buy a pirate ship we just previewed. Oh, so you guys can watch me go through the pain and suffering of taking an art asset and getting it into the game and getting it looking good in our game. So again, this will be a different thing than I normally show. Let's see. Cart. Agree. Hey, thank you. Good morning, iStar Strider. Again, I'm doing a little different show than I normally do. Hold on, gotta type in a number. Or I'll read it out loud so you guys can read it back to me. Kidding. Agree. Invalid card number. No way, man. I nailed it. Got some black smudges on here and I can't quite read it. Alright, I'm going to have to do the old man thing just because it's really dark in here. Again, sorry, this will not be as cool as streaming content as like the last couple days of morning work. Oh, that's a 5. Yeah, I've got some black smudges. It's one of those cards where they have everything. Like the front doesn't have the numbers on it. The numbers are actually only printed on the back. There we go. How about that? You like that? Is that better? Magnifying glass with a light on it. Like so it has the little magnifying glass and you can see. Old man stuff. Alright, let's see. Asset, and where's my... Do. Sea Queen. You guys don't need to see that crap. Alright, let me go see. Let me see how big this is. Oh, it's only 400 megs. It's not that insane. So my thought was going back to the actual scene. For those who missed it earlier, and let me turn my Unity back on there. I say turn my Unity back on. Okay, third click's the charm. So the idea is that you would start. Oh, hold on, I've got a dialogue popping up. You would start over in that corner where you can see the pipe hanging down, and that there would be some slow-moving rowboats, basically, that go from ship to ship. And that basically that's the only way to get there, that the water is too toxic and will kill you pretty quickly. Hold on, I'm going to be sitting here importing for a little while. Oh. What happened to my world? There we go. So yeah, so you would start over in one corner, and basically it'd be a slow-moving rowboat that one would take you from here to here, and then one would take you from here to, the island, and then from the island, like maybe it'll take you to the big boat over there. And then basically there'll be a rowboat. So it's kind of a ship-hopping, ship to island to ship to island thing, where there's each one of the ships and islands contains a number of creatures on it. Do 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 do, dun 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 dun, banana nut. What happened there? Where do I not have this imported? Banana nut dun 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 dun. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Let me get this stuff cleaned up. Hold on. Alright, now I gotta figure out why that asset store did you not finish downloading? Did a dialogue thing for me. Sometimes I have to take these things and move them into a tiny, smaller project, import them into those, because, again, Unity has issues at times. Issues with really large projects. Okay, I'm waiting for it. Waiting for it. Something's supposed to happen here. Waiting. Alright, let's see if I can find it. Did it actually add it to the project and just not tell me? No. No, I don't think so. Alright, well this looks like one I'm going to be making a new small project for, just to import it. Give me 1 second. Import. Doot 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 doot. Yep, it is a pain. Again, doesn't matter how much we beg Unity to actually test their stuff. That is one of the things you can point out. Again, we love-hate with Unity, but one of the things that is different is if you look at any of the other game companies or game engine companies, they make games with their own engine. Unity doesn't do that. They don't make any games with their own engine, so they don't see a lot of these problems. I've actually considered approaching Unity to say, hey, how about you make us your game? Yeah, my daily rant, I'm getting it out of the way early, Shep. How about if you make Shroud your game and, let us help you make Unity a better engine? Maybe I'll approach him on that. We know some of those guys, but again, we're pretty poisoned on a lot of parts of the Unity stuff. Let me get this over to the other Unity as soon as it opens up to. Yeah, they need to make their own real game if they want to be a real game engine. They have a habit of just making small demos, which doesn't really work. I mean, it works great for making small demos, for making really, really pretty, beautiful. Here's a proof of concept, but again, they need to make some real games with their engine. Do 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 do. Aramis Darkblade. Very cool, yeah. Maxine, I'm not going to force stuff on her. She's actually got more of an interest in art than techie stuff right now. But she is, of course, I pushed Legos on her and other stuff, and she does paper craft stuff and cutting stuff up and all that jazz. But when she's a little older, I will be pushing, like, hey, why don't you try some game dev stuff? Just because, again, it combines a lot of different areas. It combines, one, programming, math, like you have to be able to think through things. But then it also, if you want to do 3D visual stuff, again, I've spent the last 3 mornings doing almost no programming and really just putting stuff together in a visual sense. I've been playing Legos. in the morning. I've been enjoying it. Do 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 do. But yeah, again, by the time you get to the end of any project, you're going to hate whatever engine you're on. But there's a lot of stuff in Unity that it feels like it's self-inflicted wounds that we could help them fix. They could help themselves fix, but they have to change. Like they just don't test with any big projects, and they don't see a lot of the pain. Like we had, there's a feature that was in there for a year, not a feature, a bug that was in there for a year that we had opened up a ticket on, and other people had as well. Like you start typing in the search field, and every time you hit a character, no matter how fast you type, when you hit the character, it then goes and re-updates the entire search for all objects to only match those objects. So that is probably fine if you're in a small project. But in a massive project like ours, when you hit a key and there's a 1 to 2 second pause, it's nightmarish. You're trying to type out like pirate ship and it's P I R. It's like, it's so aggravating. And they left that in there forever. And it's like, all you have to do is like, how about if you don't search until they stop typing for a half second? Just like that much of a change. And it took them forever to get it in there, but they never saw it. They never saw that as a problem because they didn't work in a big project. All right, guys, let's see what we got here. Oh, I have you guys looking at the wrong Unity. Let me go pick the other Unity. Let's see. Here we go. You guys ready to be disappointed? Well, it looked bigger in the picture, didn't it? Okay, I think that's not actually the big boat. I think that's like there's a big boat. Okay. It's a little better. So that's just the base ship. So again, this is what I'm going to look at for the combat spaces. See what they're doing with their texture stuff here. Yeah, so that's already a 2048. Man, this is one of those things, like, as an artist, like, I would rather have twice the detail and half as many board count there. You don't need that big of a, the texture. Like they're showing that much wood, but then when you scale that down to this, like I'd rather have the, the same resolution, but zoomed in only on this one, this part over here, like that quarter of the thing, and have it be a tighter UV, because you don't need that much variation. Look, that's like that one thing there probably covers like all those things. You can get so much more detail in it. And that's one where I may actually fix it for them. And when I say fix it for them, I mean do something like there, fixed. I doubled the resolution. I mean, who has boards that big anyways? Alright. So I like the spaces here. I think this is good. Again, this is the ship without any decos or any polish or anything on it. But you can imagine like having this is actually going to be a pretty good combat space for pirates. How do you get down to the next level? Is it really just that hatch? Really? You gotta go through the hatch? We have something against stairs, apparently. Okay, but at least it's a good combat space once you get down here. Yeah, it looks like they divided up each level, so... Yeah, for the outside of the ship, but usually they don't, if you look at it as ship, if we're talking about realism, if you look at a ship, the outside beams of the ship, this is not what they would look like. They did not use rivets and stuff like that for outsides of ship. Because they have to, the wood, they have to take it and they have to bend it. And they'll steam it and they'll bend it and get it in place and to make the ship watertight. Like, that's not going to be watertight. You get like a bunch of wood rivets. I think it's going to be pretty quick texture work. Like I said, I think I will be doing... just doing that, but it looks like they use the same material but at largely different UV scales. So you can see this is the UV, the material at one UV scale, and this is the exact same material at another one. So at their initial size, like look how blurry those guys are. Let me see if the planks, do those go up to 4096? I seriously doubt they do. I seriously doubt I would want them at 4096. Yeah, they're 2048 max. Alright, let me get them into a format here that doesn't suck. But yeah, you can see that's pretty... same texture here that you have over here, but just at a different scaling, which is annoying. And let's see, is this a different texture they have here? And it looks like I have the same texture they use everywhere. Yeah, we'll see what I can do with this. They're not using PBR. They're using older school, but that's fine. That's the majority of the stuff in our game is that. Okay, so this is not something I would say is quality enough to be used as a player ship. But again, you're going to be here for fighting stuff, and I think it provides some good fighting spaces. I wish there were connections between the decks, but that may just be that I need to go and fix up the get the ladder hookup stuff working. And then I only have to hook up a few ladders. But then that way, like, if you go down to the bottom levels, like, you'll be able to pull them out of there like a bunch of ants coming out of there, and they'll pop, 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 pop. All right, let me see if I can find over here in the prefabs. Let's see. That's the base ship. Let me make a new base object here. Fabulous, because everybody should import their art. Alright, so now if I take, let's see. Okay, there we go, that works. That's if we want to have the cannons on there. I'm hoping these are all separate. This actually kind of works out because that's one of the things players have requested. As you guys have requested a cannon deco. So I think we can probably, this cannon doesn't look that horrible. Although that would, again, what are you guys doing with your textures? Let's see. Cannon color. Nope, that's no good. So it's a little lacking in detail, but I think with a detail map, that's one of the things I don't have on there is a detail map. I think with a detail map, possibly a rebaked normal map, I think that'll be pretty decent quality actually. So anyway, so there's one piece on it. Let's see, what else do we have here? Okay, well that's not the right spot, but there we go. Okay, so there's stuff inside. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling a little better. Again, the thing we were looking at was just the... Damn it, one and only, go back to bed! This is for a... well, there's no fixing it to be usable for a player. This is for a dark pirate cave. Emphasis on dark. Go away. It has great fighting spaces. It's the thing I care about. I already said it's not good enough to be used for anything else. Why is there a boat here? Oh, that's the boat I put on there originally. Yeah, their barrels are pretty bad. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, this right here is absolute trash in terms of using it for anything. Like, look at the... They don't give the... Edges don't have any thickness. They're single polygon thickness objects. Who thinks that's acceptable? And look, they have boards over here. Like, they have thickness on that. Why not have thickness on all the other stuff? Yeah, this is not raking the sand. Really, I call the dungeon making raking the sand. That's more like playing with the Legos. This may be a lot of frustration. Let's see. But again, what I'm looking at this for is for a space to have a combat space. That is, when you're up there, you're going to be fighting pirates or whatever. This isn't going to be something like a player ship, which, again, they need some polish, serious polish too. But those you can, like, stand on it and you're there careful. You know, it can be in the daylight. It's all different angles. This is going to be a fixed light source because it'll be in a cave. It'll be pretty dark. Yes, Rennie, I assumed that when I saw the videos that there's a reason that video is at low res. Like I said when I saw it, I was like, if you can't make a 720 or a 1080p video of your art, you got some issues. Yeah, the thing that bothers me the most about it, again, are the texture. Oh, and look at this. Hold on. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? Okay, no, that is different. I was going to say, I thought they had different UV mappings for that side versus this side. Versus that side. Yeah, and just the normal map on this stuff. I mean, again, that's... Let me see. Shadows on. Yeah, I mean, the normal map on it isn't great quality either. Like, it should be pulling out like I would expect it if you're gonna have rivets on there. Like, can I not even see those? Do those not even exist in the normal map? What is going on with that? Yeah, the normal map on that is just doesn't, I mean, it has hardly anything going on. Now let me try checking the... Oh, you know what? One thing is it has the normal map. There we go. That's actually... Hey, I just fixed it. There you go. All better. The normal map was cut in half on these. I don't know why they would do that. Because, yeah, that makes, like... The difference between that... Rivets don't look like rivets. And that... Hey, look. The rivets suddenly look like they stick out and they're actually there and they're rivets. But still, the wood texture grain is just not, non-existent practically. So again, I think some of this, I think I can get this with just a little bit of work into something that is scene-worthy. Yeah, the one and only is probably right. These cannons are probably pretty trashy. Maybe if I made them really small cannons. What do you think about that? Like they're little desk cannons or something. What do you think, one and only? Do they hold up as a desk cannon? Wait, their cannonballs suck. How can you screw up a cannonball? It's black, it's round. Oh, and they merged them all together. Maybe there's something I'm just missing on that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, did they make they made their cannonballs out of pewter? I didn't think they made cannonballs out of lead. Actually, I thought them cannonballs were just steel or iron balls, and they were usually black and rusty, not silver. But then again, their cannons are kind of look like they might be made out of pewter as well. All right. Well, anyways, I am going to go do some quick cleanup on this. Let me see what their texture stuff looks like. I bet they've got horrible. That their textures are massive and looks like they made it for mobile, but no, it's got great fighting spaces, man. Nice big flat areas. Put a few little decos or something on these edges there. And again, remember, here's what it's actually going to look like. It's going to be in a really dark cave. Oh, there's a directional light in here, so I can't get it as dark as it'll be. It's going to be just fine, Justin. It's going to be awesome. I do think I'm going to have to take and make a board box out of using this texture and just put it like put like a actual box to try and give those some 3D, because yeah, that's pretty bad. But again, you'll be just imagine you're on the ship. You don't have to imagine. I'll have it there in a minute. Oh, let's see. But first, before I go and add a bunch of stuff to our revision control, they include all their stuff in there. And they include them all as max size uncompressed TIFFs, which is silly. Let me see what I can compress that down with. Is that going to save it? Hey, thank you very much, Eric Rules. Oh wait, was that Eric? Somebody? No, that's actually something else. Eric Rules was earlier. Alright, that didn't do anything. So I think I'm going to have to do maybe Irfin View. Oh, don't have that installed on this computer. Irfin View. One and only, why are you watching my stream? Get to work. Oh yeah, and that reminds me, one and only, since you're watching my stream, would you be good with doing the stress test, performance stress test, tomorrow at 2 to 4, so I can do my afternoon stream and make that my afternoon stream? I think I'll get a lot more people than if I do it as my morning, part of my morning stream. You-do-do-do. Oh, I know you're out there. All right, we're going to do that tomorrow, so I'll start getting that organized. TIFF and TGA. Got it. All right, you guys can't see what I'm doing, of course. I thought about just making my shared screen the middle of my 3 monitors. Not sure if I feel okay with doing that. That may be too much visibility into actual work stuff I'm doing. One and only, I am just messing with you. You're always welcome to watch my stream. Let's see. Let's, so if I open, I think I can do a batch conversion. Projects, again, sorry for the downtime here. I'm trying to get stuff converted before I throw it in our project to see if it actually looks okay on our shaders and try to decide if I want to use it. Textures, new folder, there we go. Add all. Use the same folder. Conversion. Do 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 da 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 da. All right, let's see how this works. I think I got that ready. Overwrite existing files. There we go. Now it's much smaller. Again, you guys can't quite see what I'm doing here, but I'm taking the images they gave me with that thing, and again, this is a lot of the tedious crap I usually hide from you guys. The images they gave me for all these textures were all in .tiff format, which is a big raw format. They were not saved off. TIFF supports other stuff, but they had them saved in raw, I'm sure for maximum quality, which is not something that screens quality in here. So what I was doing was taking them and converting them to a format, a compressed format of TIFF. That is way smaller. And now I'm going to copy those back over. Do. I say now I'm going to copy those back over. What happened to my textures there? So now I should be able to come back over here. It'll detect the changes. You guys can't see it, but it's re-importing the TIFFs. And assuming this doesn't turn to a mess of garbage, I can delete the old ones. And then I will import it into our project. and I'll spend a few minutes fixing up just kind of the same stuff you saw me do already, where it only takes a few little tweaks here and there to like improve the visual quality of it significantly. Again, the thing that is, I don't know what I'm going to do about, but again, it may not. I'll put it in the scene. That's one of those things. The only thing that really matters is how it looks in the scene. It's really easy to take a 3D model like this and scrutinize the crap out of it to the point where you hate it. But the story I always tell is actually it turns out it's probably a fake story. But that if there's actually action going on and there's points of interest there, you don't notice the little crappy details. And the example, again, I believe it's a fake example, but it's a story that was told repeatedly, and old wives' tale. But if you watch The Empire Strikes Back in in the big ship battle in that one of the spaceships in there is actually a tennis shoe, but you don't notice it because it's just in the background. It's going on, stuff's going on, and as long as there's action and some other thing to be interested in, it's kind of like, I think the meme I've seen going around here recently that probably is closer is the Game of Thrones scene where there's a cup of Starbucks coffee in the scene. But again, I'm sure 99% of the people didn't notice that until it was pointed out. Hopefully this will be the same type of thing. If it does feel too shitty, oh, I said a bad word. If it does feel too poopy, then I will be putting some planks and boards along there. Yeah, pixel mode, Chris. I'll look at it. I've got to get something in there, but again, I want to see what it looks like in the scene with the lighting, with our shaders, and see what I think about it before I make a call as to whether or not it's acceptable. I think, again, if you jump on the ship and it's full of skeleton pirates, you're not going to care, stop and look at the fact that, this, the texturing on this is not amazing. You're going to be saying, oh crap, skeleton pirates. And again, keep it nice and dark. Oh, you know what? That looks like that might have screwed up the spec. Oh, poo. So let me do another pass at that, because that obviously did not do what I wanted it to do. So let me try a different compression format. Not sure if you guys can see, but you can see like the spec on it clearly was screwed up by that. F project. No. What just happened? Import asset sequin texture, new folder 2, add all. Let's see, options. So we did JPEG. I think we're gonna have to do something more like LZW or something. Let's see what that looks like. Again, this is the not super fun part. I guess I can just write that straight out to there. All right, click over here. I got to import it again. This is the boring part. That didn't even save that much. Let's see if it fixes the spec. If it fixes the spec, I may do one where I just do the spec in one format and the other stuff in another format, so I don't have to bloat up the project. Yeah, because it looks like all the spec stuff has _ specular in it. Does that fix it? That didn't seem to fix it. Alright, well let me do... Maybe I can just use these... let me do specular. Let me copy that. Seriously, what are you doing to me, Windows? I have people watching. You're embarrassing me. Okay, so now if I do that, why? Let me see. Oh, and I haven't done a thing in a long time here. Again, sorry for the more boring content of this morning's stream, but I'm trying to do something tedious. Let me do... TIFF specular conflicts with... no, should be fine there. Are you sure? Let me do a clear down here. I'm getting some errors is what's going on. Let me do a re-import on the textures folder and force it to re-import. Oh, you know what? It's because I've got them in subfolders. That is what is going on. Cancel. Hold on. Again, the tedious part of the morning stuff here. Do. Dun 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 dun. Now I can do a re-import and it should all be glorious and happy. And you guys still can't see what's going on, and it looks like you're looking at a boring screen with nothing changing. The thing I'm trying to fix right now is I was trying to compress these textures before I added them to the project so it doesn't bloat up our revision control, because we're always somewhat low on space on that. But when I compressed it, I went from TIFF RAW to TIFF JPEG, which I forgot screws up specular maps. Trying to fix that now. That didn't look like it fixed it. Alright, fine. Let me just try this. Let me just delete and delete. I may also just have to re-import the entire thing. Yep, looks like I'm going to be re-importing the entire thing. Yeah, what do you think about that? Does that look good, guys? You like it? Pretty sexy. Alright, let me just re-import the entire thing now that I messed that up. Do. Da-na-na-na-dun-da-na-da. Yeah, adding new art is tough, and this is why another reason why people are reluctant to on the project to use external art is a lot of it is crap. As one and only said, this is probably borderline crap and borderline intended for a mobile platform. But even on mobile, I think that those problems would have been there. So I think it's probably more crap. So just so you guys know what it is, what that was, I deleted all but the speck texture, so that texture you're seeing there, that's what it looks like with just speck. It looks like the speck is the specular, it's the shiny part. Alright, let me try one more quick little test. Do. Alright, so I think this will be acceptable. Now for the next fun part. Seeing if I can get it into our project without it being hideous. Do. Let me swap back over to the other Unity. There we go. Yeah, so my whole computer's being a little bit weird here. Close, there we go. Okay, we're back over there. Oh, 9 interrupted. So there's what was going on all this time. I had this big dialogue up that was showing. Oh. Okay, so let's do, we should be able to do this now. There we go. Did it get here? Is it here? Is it around here somewhere? What the crap? Alright, now it's in here. Get ready. Wait for it, wait for it. It's going to think for a really long time. Wait for it. So let me answer some questions and do a giveaway while I do that, and actually have some content you guys want to see. Hold on. Let's see. Sandflea, when can we upgrade placed deeds? That is a question for Burning Toad. He's taken it upon himself to try and get the help get the CS queue up. Yes, you should be doing the raffle thing. But that is on him, and he's another guy, just like most of the guys on the team, who has a lot of jobs. And right now he's doing a job he does not like, which is catching up on the CS stuff. I'm actually going to take over some of the CS stuff because to some extent he's the middleman, because the majority of CS stuff is, why haven't I got my box? So I'm actually going to try to take over some of the CS for him. That will make some really exciting morning streams. Me doing CS. You guys want to see that? I don't think you do. Let's see. Jacob Bijan. Kobolds in Dungeon Encounter Room 1 do not drop essences and are also weaker than the same totem level liches. Yeah, the Kobolds, being weaker is by design. And the not dropping essences is mostly by design. They're supposed to drop at a lower rate than the other Kobolds. I will get that updated for the next release. But yeah, they're supposed to have essences, but drop them at a lower rate than external guys. And that is partially because, in general, throughout the game, Kobolds are weaker than liches. And you can usually find more Kobolds than liches in places. Let's see. Lichmeister, will there be pet snakes, serpents, and sea dragons? So I talked about this the other day. It's one of those things you wonder why you don't see many snakes in game, unless it's like a 2D game or a 2.5D game. Developers hate snakes. True story. Not because we're afraid of them. I actually have caught a couple of coral snakes in my backyard, and I just catch them and relocate them. I'm not afraid of snakes. What I am afraid of, though, is putting a snake in a game because they are flat. They do not use physics, and they're long and thin. That pretty much makes for the worst possible situation for trying to make something look good. So, for one, they don't rotate correctly how you expect snakes to rotate. It's kind of like if you watch our alligator is very unnatural in how it moves. And that's because most things are tall and thin. And when they rotate fast, I'm rotating to fight you, I'm going to fight you here, and I'm going to fight you here. They look pretty natural when they turn. An alligator, on the other hand, when he turns in our game, he's pivoting on his center, and he's doing it faster than any alligator ever could. Same thing with snakes, is in the way that snakes move. So snakes don't look very good. They could look good if they were small. Having like a Indiana Jones style bunch of snakes in a snake pile as a trap type thing would be fine. Trying to do them as individual large snakes is really painful. It's extremely tough. Let's see. Cypher 1 Black, I think I answered that already. Can you place totems in random dungeon rooms 1, 2, and 3? Yeah, the encounter versions of them you can. There's 2 of them that are liches, 1 that's kobold. I thought they would only take the type they were supposed to. Mia Sway, are we ever going to be able to enchant belts? Yes, the plan is to let you enchant belts. Just like we let you enchant cloaks and stuff like that. Dubswab, any word on when the tanky tames will get a taunt? That should be next release that they get a taunt. Let's see. Why do I not see the Sea Queen? Show me. Good God, what's going on here? Why am I not seeing this stuff? I see it here. Is that... Oh, crap! Oh! So, just for safety, I actually keep a backup copy of the entire project on an extra hard drive. So when I copied it over, I actually copied it to the backup copy rather than the actual copy. Again, did I mention this is the tedious, frustrating part of all this stuff? Now we get to wait on a long dialogue and you'll get to see wait things so I can get back to doing some questions. Let's see. Amethyst 25, how soon will there be a fix for Windows mode? That is on Unity. I haven't been watching that bug. There's actually an open bug on Unity that's a public bug. And I don't know when that will be fixed. Let's see. It's my understanding that PA lot deeds are limited to 3 per account or character. Account, I guess, correct? Is this still a necessity? I don't think they are limited in any way at this point. That was one of those things that was done early on to try and eliminate. Again, it's anytime you see like one of these, like, this seems like a silly decision, why'd they do it? It's always a, this is why we can't have nice things decision, where we're doing something to prevent other players from exploiting. There are a bunch of players who are threatening, again, the trolls, to go and claim tons and tons of lots just to sit on them so that they could sell them and then sell the location to other players. So basically trying to speculate selling positions and locations. And yeah, Rufus is also correct. I think there was a limit for story towns, and it was like 3 per story town or something like that. But again, as always, you can always just have more accounts, and that's what many people did. So I thought we removed that. If that is still in place, let me know, and we will remove that, because that is a pointless thing. Pointless change. Let me see what the import status is here. Oh, it's almost done. Let's see what the scale looks like. Oh, nom nom nom. I'm almost through with my nuts. Breakfast of champion. You do 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 do. All right, now I will look in the pixel mode, Chris. I will try to get the. Oh, hold on. Let me get this moved over to a change list before I infect anything. Yeah, apparently the outer hole thing. It sounds like pixel mode, Chris said I missed the outer hole. So I'll try to get that moved over. Let me get this moved into a change list before it infiltrates my project. There we go. Okay, you guys ready to see what it looks like in this scene? Again, ignore the water. That's not real water. I was just trying to find something visible. Do 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 do. Dun 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 dun. I'll go ahead and leave those ships out there. Pirate ship. Let's see. That's not the right one. That's what I did last time too. Fell for it again. All right. No, not that one. Oh, that's just doing water stuff. Okay, never mind. All right, so there's that guy. We're going to move him out of the way. That's fine. Let's see. So I bet this is what... Is that it? Nope, that's still... I don't have a interior. Oh, maybe this is it? Nope. Ships-based interior finery group. It's exterior group. Alright, screw it. I'm just going to put them all on there. And then we'll go and delete the crap we don't want. Hey, so something did add the external. Hey, look, it doesn't suck as much. Still sucks a little. Yeah, Pixel Mode Chris pointed that out, that apparently that was, I was missing a part. All right, sweet. So there it is. There it is in all its crazy, over-the-top glory. Let me get back over there so I can sink it into the water a little bit. And see kind of what it would really look like. So there. Texture still kind of crappy. Let me go and fix the materials. To use our materials, so I don't make one and only cry. Of course, it may make us cry. It looks like they use standard specular for everything on it, so that's good. I mean, it's not good, but it's at least it's the same material for all of them, so I can change them all at once. Standard specular setup. All right. Let's see what it looks like. Well, that's not really what our lighting looks like. But already a little bit better. Let me fix this material that's being used for the wood thing there. And one and only if you're watching, that's, I mean, this is still something I see all the time. I don't know why. But the preview's always screwed up. It always freaks me out a little bit, but it's totally fine once you get it in scene. It's got a detail on there, but the detail is at the same resolution, which is quite odd. Just got a detail map. I would expect this to be more like, yeah, like that. So they're applying a detail at the exact same resolution as the main. I don't know why you would ever want to do that. Oh, and you know what? I think they have a detail normal map on there that is the exact same normal map as before. I bet that's why they had the other one cut in half. Why would you do that? Why? Why? Instead of that, we're going to do we're going to add a little more detail to it. Again, this is the not super fun part, but you guys probably haven't seen this side of things hardly at all, so yeah, I just don't know if that adds anything to it. This is using my own That's a little bit, but I mean, it's kind of, without having a detail map that's kind of intended for it. Again, the detail, I should be explaining this stuff as just kind of a techie talk. So you have, on these, any material, you have textures. There's 3 main textures. If you're not using a PBR setup, it'll be albedo, specular, normal map. So the normal map is what gives things depth. Let me turn that to 0. So that's what makes things pop. So that takes a light source in, and this is rendering unlit, so we're not really going to be able to see a lot of what I'm adding right here. Let me do something, turn on lighting, but then I need to add a light. I add a directional light. Move it a little bit towards the sun. Tiny bit of saturation. And that's just really, it's hard to see normal map stuff unless there's some shadows and coloring. Let's see. Okay, well that's not what I wanted. All right. So, anyways, the normal map is what gives it the appearance of depth. It adds a lot of detail to things. And I can demonstrate that by here is the map. Here it is with a normal map. Here it is without. Again, you can see what it does, like if you look at the nail, where the nails are and the edges between the boards. Add some pop to them. That's making them pop the other way. That actually might feel better. But anyways, so that's what the normal map does. That adds, you can add a lot of details to stuff. The specular kind of provides the reflective ability of things. The detail map, which is this section down here, lets you take a texture map and apply it at a different UV scale to something. And usually you'll do this like if you have like a rock, you can have like a low res rock texture, but as long as you apply like a good detail map to it, that pulls out a lot more fine level detail. So the thing I was experimenting with was just using a standard texture, because what they had is they were just using the exact same normal map, and then they had it at 0.5 in the texture and the normal map, and then 0.5 in the detail map, which is, why would you do that? It's not pulling out any more texture quality or anything on it. Yeah, maybe it's just better off. Again, I can change up this resolution if I want to. Adds a little bit. think I'm just going to take that off completely. Again, it's going to be a pretty dark scene. Probably won't even be that noticeable. Let me go fix up the textures for these things and make sure they're all using the right format. This is where it's going to take a while, and I'm going to have to answer some questions for a while. So let me delete that. Hold on. Yay, nothing broke. Alright, so the cannons are already looking a little bit better. Let's go ahead and take all these guys. Oops. Oh, and one default asset. Let's see what the default asset is. There it is. So compression, normal, format, crunch, 25. All right, now is when we sit back and relax for a while, and I look at the what you guys are actually saying. So yeah, so I think we've gone from total poop to moderate poop. I think this might be acceptable poop by the time I get done with it here. It's important. You guys can't actually see. The ass is improving by the second. Oh, and I need to do some giveaways. This is a good time to do a giveaway, and I'll put up a better prize here coming up. Let's see. Oh, I'm so confused. My giveaway. Okay, there we go. Let's see. So this is I was going to give you guys an Encounter Room 1 from Chillblains. First, I have to log back in. So yeah, raffle up. You-to-do, you-to-do-do. You-to-do, you-to-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. You-do-do-do-do-do. It's about halfway done with the other process. You-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Alright, let's see. I'm ready to close giveaway. You guys have all raffled up already. And I'm going to pick the winner here. This is for a thing. Elwin Moon, you are a winner. I always thought you were a loser, but you're a winner. A kid, Elwin. For those who don't know, Elwin's one of the guys that comes and hangs out with us occasionally. I'm allowed to mess with them a little bit. Nope, still waiting on the textures import on the other one. Things seem slow. My frame rate seems low on the other. That's because, or on the Unity game, that's because I'm waiting for the import on the other. That's 100% CPU usage. I know, Elwin, except now there's no place to hang out. Well, you came to hang out with us, with me and Maxine at Sherwood Forest. Hey, Gravity42, thank you very much. It's been a quiet bits morning for me. I take that as a sign you don't like sitting there watching me work on art that is tedious and crappy and broken. Rufus, do you want me to call you a loser too? I can call you a loser if that makes you feel special. Rufus is also another Austin guy. He's one of the guys I've met a few times apparently, but I didn't connect Rufus with the person I met, so I kind of know who he is. Still unemployed. Ugh. Yeah, this is what I said last time. This is you know, I look like Santa Claus. That describes about a quarter of our players who come to the office. So, and a few of our employees. Do. Hey, Ragnar Shakor again. Sorry, this is going to be a pretty boring stream for people who do not know much about the game, because I'm working on some tedious art crap trying to make a new cool scene. But it's going to be me talking a lot, being silly, and then me complaining about Unity and trying to figure out why something is not behaving here or there. Usually I'm doing some cool stuff, though. Trust me. Totally cool. As cool as they get. This is me now clicking, waiting on Unity. You guys can come stare at the screen with me while it does nothing. Come on, Unity. Oh, it gave me an eyeball cursor instead of an arrow cursor. There we go. Okay, so this was me trying to get this ship into a decent state. And look, we're kind of already... It's actually already coming right along. I don't think I want for our pirates... Here, let's see, we got that. Oh, I know the next big thing we need to do. I'm going to kill off... we don't need those. I don't want those. Those are kind of cool. But honestly, no, not so much. Not cool enough. That's... well, looks like that adds quite a few things there. What is that adding? Oh, really? The external porthole things are attached to the same objects as these chunks on the ship? Alright, well I can turn just those off. Again, the thing I'm looking at for this and why I'm hoping I can get this to work is this pirate ship has, compared to our smaller ships that are really made to be high quality and small for player homes, these are designed, they have big open spaces for fighting. So that's why I'm looking at this one. And again, this is for an underground scene where there's going to be an underground ocean. So the next thing up on my list, now that I got that in there, the next challenge I have is, again, let me hide that crap. And I think people who were here earlier saw me doing this. Generating nav mesh, because that's one of the challenges with this, is I need it to generate nav meshes that don't suck. And by don't suck, that means I want a contiguous nav mesh from here to there to there to there. If I can get that, then it's all much better. Oh yes, an inner Earth. But again, if I can get this pirate ship looking okay enough, then it can be something that can also be used for, you know, travel scenes, encounter scenes. Oh, and thank you, Amethyst25 for the 100 bits. I totally missed it. But it can be used for a number of other things. Because again, there's kind of, we have two things, like, oh, look at that, and I'm going to have to do some tweakaging. Let's see. Alright, at least that guy is not horrible. So let me see if I just take that, turn it into a convex collider. Turn it into a convex collider, and then scale it just a little bit. Again, I'm trying to kind of get it to a 45-degree angle. So again, this is the tedious, nightmarish part that is also a nightmare for any artist watching me as well. Oh, it looks like this object was already using a negative scale, so it was already a bit of a nightmare to begin with. Alright, so I think that's probably getting pretty close to a 45. Let's see if I can handle that. If not, I can go adjust the nav mesh generation a little bit. The nav mesh, it tries to figure out like where a creature can walk using kind of like the same logic that players use when they move around. So let's try this again. Uh-oh, your rent is due on Mount Madeir. So for those who hadn't heard, we're going to be doing the Friday stream is going to be, we're going to do the final 10. Quite a few people in that. We're going to do the same voting. Again, there were some concerns on the voting, but the Twitch stream is actually still public, and you can actually go and look and see, and the voting was actually pretty fair in terms of the, there were a few people here and there that did down votes on one thing or another. Oh, it's still not quite there. But it was actually, people were pretty, they seemed to have pretty honest votes in terms of stuff. So we're going to stick with the same voting for this time around. Let's see, I'm going to go a little bit more. Let me get a little crazy and see if I can get there. But we're going to go for the same voting system that we used this last round. Yeah. I think we can come down just a tiny bit. And we'll be doing that on Friday. The time is a little worse in that there's fewer Europeans who will be able to attend. It's from 4 until 5 Texas time, so that'll be more like 10 to 11 o'clock in Europe. But we think we'll get the most people there voting, and it has the most, we'll get the most eyes on it and most votes on it that way. And that way it'll also be a more neutral audience rather than just the people who are involved in it, because that is kind of the fears that people would be upvoting and downvoting based on friends or whatever. Oh, well, and if there's still a limit there, we need to remove that. There's no real good reason for that. And that was put in place largely as a try and stop trolley people. Come on, baby. For those who are wondering what I'm looking for here, I'm looking for this mesh to be contiguous, this little lined mesh thing. Oh, it's still not quite right. So let me do that. I'll leave that there, but I'm gonna, instead of having this have a mesh collider, let me just turn that off. Let me go turn off the nav mesh rendering so we can actually see what the heck's going on. Because having this without having a actual collider for it. That is right there. That is a nightmare. That is for players going up like jump, 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 jump. There's a reason we usually do turn all these things into a ramp, is what the effective collision is on it. So let me go and add a 3D object, a cube. Do I want to do a cube or do I want to do a plane? I'm going to do a cube. Rink. Runk. Whoop. Again, not the stuff I normally do on these streams, in case you're a first-time viewer. But it's good to have a little variation, and again, this shows you kind of a day in the life of a dev. So my question is, so I've got that thing there. My box, that's the box collider right there. What the heck is going on? Why is my box collider different than my mesh renderer? Because this is the thing I care about getting in place. I don't care about that other thing. But oddly, scaling it was coming up with something different. Alright, so that's a little bit higher there. Alright, so let's see if that is good enough to get to generate some nav mesh. What do you guys think? And then I'll scale it out to be wider. What do you guys think? Am I going to have some nav mesh here? Oh, I was tweaking the right object. It was the same object. That was a sub-object of it, so it has to share the same transform. But it was a cube that the same transform applied to a cube was given different results than being applied to a collider that was also supposed to be the same size as that thing. Doop doop doo. Hold on, we're almost there. Moment of truth. You guys think I got it? And if I got this, I can just move this, propagate this around. It looks like it has this entire deck, like all these big chunks is... Yeah, I know I turned off nav mesh visibility. I was doing the moment of truth. Failed. Yeah, see, I think the visuals for that cube thing are not... for this. So that's matching up with that rather than matching up with the box collider. Alright. So, I mean, these are the same pieces there. You can see that's the box collider. Look, it's got a 1-1-1 transform matching up with the cube. Now, the ridiculous part probably is I added this cube. If I just add a mesh collider for this thing, remove that. Now my mesh collider is going to be accurate to match up with that. Lame. All right. Well, I'm just going to do that for now. Again, hashtag Unity magic. That it can take a 1-by-1-by-1 box, 2 instances of it, and scale them and come up with different results, applying the same transform to them. Uncool. So now I should be able to hide the mesh render. Come up here, do the nav mesh, regenerate the cache. Let's see what it looks like. Yes, Twilight Zone theme. How you can take a 1-by-1 box and apply the same transform and come up with different results. Lich Mister, is this a boat dungeon? It is a dungeon with a boat in it. It is an underground pirate sea, underground water that leads to the ocean. You can't actually get to the ocean because you will die. But there is a large terrain down here with a bed of water in it. And there is, hey, oh, we're close. Oh, look, so close. Come on, baby, you just gotta get that last little inch. Well, it's the same color. I wonder if the... No, I'm not seeing a connection there. I'm not sure why it's the same color. That happens sometimes. It just picks random colors for these things, and sometimes it gets the wrong random color. So we're much closer now. Again, this is the most tedious thing ever. Ever. So what was this? It looks like that might just be a little bit short. Why is that? Let me try just extending it a little bit. Make it convex. That shouldn't matter at all. It's definitely wide enough. Maybe it's the opposite problem. It'll only generate a connection if it can go between the two. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Well, maybe it is. So maybe that needs to come up just a tiny bit more. Let's try that. One and only tells me what I had already realized after seeing the collision thing, which is that it uses the mesh render for generating the collision, or for generating the nav mesh, even if it's disabled. And that is because if you do it on the collision, and then like you have an optimized collision mesh for something, the nav mesh won't match the actual visuals. It'll match the collision. And then when the creatures move, a lot of times they're just moving on the nav mesh. And if it moved it to match the collision, then it may like not match visually. Alright, so let's try this one more time. 7th try is the charm. Right? Am I right? Do. Ah, good old Apple Rust helping you out. Okay, let me go. Let me go look at the heraldry. I will hit you up right now. Someone did a thing. Whoa, Sinash Kazagal, thank you for the 1,000 bits. You apparently appreciate my incredibly tedious, boring stream this morning. Let's see, heraldry approval. And this is just about to give me a present here and show that connected up and making that one contiguous mesh, right? Right? Yeah. Yeah, baby, it's just that easy. Totally not insanely over the top, crazy, tedious. Let's see. Oh, that looks nice, Shep. Good job. And thank you to Apple Rust for helping them get through that. So it looks like there's actually 4 people waiting right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are all good. Looks like Eric Rules, if you're out there, looks like you got yours back in there. Groovy, groovy, groovy. Okay, so now we got, we know what type of ramp we need to have to, or stairs we need to have to get that working. Whoops. So now I can just go and take that guy. Really? Okay, screw you. I'm just going to turn you off. And this guy, you can tell, like I said, this is these are awesome because it is, instead of taking these and rotating them, they scaled them negatively to get them flipped to the other side. Again, a lot of this stuff doesn't mean anything to anybody except for an art person. Rather than taking them and rotating them, they negative scaled them, because that never causes problem, having negative scales on things, right? Alright, so now we know this guy is good enough. Oh, we will get this thing fixed up. This is going to be the hardest part of this whole stupid scene, is getting a pirate ship together. And this pirate ship may be like massive enough that I just have like this pirate ship and maybe like one little island. And that's a big part of it, because this will probably, again, this, if you look at it as a dungeon, it's a small dungeon, but it's got 5-level dungeon here. Let's see. Duplicate that. Over there. Good, good, good. They all seem to line up. Actually, I probably could go over that way a little bit, which means that one probably can too, but that's alright. Not worried about it right now. Gonna be awesome. Right, Mojito? All right. Now let me do the nav mesh here, and I think I'll be most of the way there. We'll see. Let's see. Yes, Mojito is on the move. He gets up about once every half hour, and then he stretches and shakes off and flaps his ears. That's what that flap, flap, flap sound was. That flap, 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 flap. That's his ears. And then he demands, if I don't cover him up pretty quick, you can see him there. Do, 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 do. At some point, he'll start going, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Again, thank you, Sinash Kazagal. Had a slow bit morning. Good to Good to see some bits showing up. Come on, baby. Work. Yeah. Okay, that one went up. Good. Up and up. Gentlemen, we are on the... Oh, God dang it. Alright, I gotta get those two replaced. And I hope there's gonna be horizontal space enough to get them up there without blocking things. Do. Turning off. And turning off. And selecting. Hey, iStar Strider. 1337. For those who are new to my stream, I apologize. But I don't mind singing in front of people. They like to pay me to embarrass myself. We used to do shots on air in the old days. We stopped doing shots on the air because it didn't look too professional, and we were kind of past the party phase of the project, but it's really just me, Richard, and Star who'd do the shots anyways. Occasionally the whole team would come in and do shots, but anyways, at some point we stopped doing that, and we just started doing, like, you have to do something to prove to the viewers that you appreciate them, whether that is embarrassing yourself by dancing or by singing or by whatever you're going to do, whatever parlor trick you want to do. Yes, kind of past that. I was much better. Star, I think, actually did get to the point of he was really drunk a few times, so. But, so now I sing occasionally. Let's see. I was doing some... Do. Tell me what's happening. What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. Do. So I'll do one from Jesus Christ Superstar, the Andrew Lloyd Webber musical. For those who are kids out there, don't know anything about that. You gotta be a child of the 60s, really to know much about that, but it's kind of a big deal back in the day. They actually did, now that I think about it, they redid it here recently with the live cast and stuff. So maybe the new kids know about it. I forget who was that. Was that John Legend? Was he the one that did the singing for that? Like he played one of the bigger parts. I couldn't remember if he played Judas or Jesus. I was trying to remember. But anyways, I was a fan of it as a kid, along with being a fan of most other Andrew Lloyd Webber stuff. That's not the right one. Table chairs and no chairs. Let me get these guys going, and then when I start my nav mesh generating, then I'll sing it up. Oh, that's no good. For those who don't know what I'm doing, I'm trying to get this boat so it has nav mesh that's contiguous over the entire thing. And I'm trying to get these guys just right so they don't block the stairs coming up, but they do have a nav mesh that they can generate a nav mesh so creatures can traverse them. Again, this is a more tedious stream than I normally do. Although you guys may think all my streams are tedious. Let's give it a try here, and then I'll sing to entertain you while we wait for the nav mesh to generate. Do 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 do. Let's see. I have to figure out what octave to do this in. Listen, Jesus, I don't like what I see. All I ask is that you listen to me. And remember, I've been your right-hand man all along. You have set them all on fire. They think they found a new Messiah. And they'll hurt you if they find they're wrong. I remember when this whole thing began. No talk of God then, and we called you a man. And believe me, my admiration for you hasn't died. But every word you say today gets twisted round some other way. And they'll hurt you if they think you've lied. Nazareth, your famous son, should have stayed a great unknown, like his father carving wood. He'd have made good. Tables, chairs, and oaken chests would have suited Jesus best. He'd have caused nobody harm. No one alarm. Need some drink this morning. Hey, but good news there. Even though I butchered that a little bit, here is the nav mesh. And, woohoo! Hot damn. All good. Thank you, Gravity. Guess that means I didn't butcher it too much. Or maybe you're cheering because I stopped. The nav mesh isn't going through these doors. I'm probably just going to remove the doors rather than try and hook them up. So that'll be fine once I remove those doors. Same down here, but it looks pretty contiguous. I got to remove those cannons. And then down here. Oh, what? Really? Why are you not going through that door? Even after the door is removed, you're not going to make it through that door? Really? Alright, I'm going to have to go do a little touch up here and futz with it a little bit. But yeah, those doorways may be a hair too small, because yeah, look, they are not quite getting through there. Maybe if I remove these doors, those open doors, obviously that closed door. Okay, well that's going to be the next thing I'll try. Once I have that done, though, I think this ship will be good enough for use in a dark scene. It's getting better, but... Do 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 do. Yeah, I was a big fan of Jesus Christ Superstar Evita. I actually went to see him live a couple times. I was not as much of a Les Mis guy. I know that's not a popular opinion, but I just... Maybe it was the cast I saw in Les Mis, but it never really grabbed me like Evita and Jesus Christ Superstar. Alright, so there's those doors. Okay, let me take these doors off. Wonder if this frame is something that I can remove. Oh, it looks like I can probably remove that frame. That may be all I need to do for those. Let me do that too. Yeah, I bet that'll fix those. Oh, wait a second. Look weird. God dang it. Alright, let's try putting the frame back for a second and see if that... see if that still blocks it. If it does, then I can probably take those and scale them just a hair wider and get them to fit. Get the doors to go through there. Try and get the nav mesh to generate through these doors. Whoops. For those who are not aware of what I'm doing. Like I said, today's the more tedious. You get to see the last couple days have been the fun. Let's slam together a quick dungeon and come up with some boss fights and all that jazz. This is the tedious trying to use an art set that is far, far from perfect. Step 1, getting it into the game. Step 2, improving it. And then step 3, trying to figure out crap like this. So look, there's a bookshelf and that's trash. Oh, of course, why would you put the books on the bookshelves? Okay, we'll leave that there for a minute. Oh, look, there's some pirate cutlass stuff there. There's some windows you can't see through. Well, of course they're not going to make the glass a cutout. Why would they make the glass its own material? That was me being sarcastic, because that is ridiculous to not make glass its own material. It's not going to share many properties with the wood. It's going to be another draw call anyways, unless you bake it into one texture, which is what they did, it looked like. But then they didn't bake in alpha into it. I may be able to go fix that so we can have some alpha on that. Okay, I think I got all the doors here. Let's see. Moment of truth. You ready? Do 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 do. Nav mesh. Here we go. Come on, doorways. Jeff PC, are you ready for me to sing another song for you? I can do some Disney. Boop, 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 boop. Apple Rust, I've just been fighting with this thing again. I was wanting to get some new content into the game. Oh, agony. Oh, no, it hasn't updated yet. Hold on. What I'm watching is right down here, that doorway, seeing if it'll go through, connect through there with just removing the doors. Yeah, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. God dang it. Why do you hate me so much? Okay. Let me see if I can take this one object here. Scale it out just another hair. Hey, did I mention this is tedious? And see if that's enough to fix that one. This is going to be used again. This is not top quality art, as one and only was kind enough to jump in the stream and point out to us. But it has good spaces for fighting and combat and stuff like that, and it's going to be used in a scene that is going to be a pirate cave. So it'll be mostly dark, and it'll have a fixed light source. It's not going to have like a changing time of day. So I'm hoping it'll hold up in that situation. We will see. Again, this is all pretty... This is without any light, so you really get to see a lot of the flaws when you don't have any light on stuff. You still won't go through. Why do you hate this doorway? Let's see. If I just take that piece off altogether, will you be happier? Is that what you want? Tedious. I wonder if that wall is something I can just completely delete the wall without screwing up a ton of stuff. Now, if it's the nav mesh generation, whoops, gotta click a button. If the nav mesh generation, it uses visible objects, it doesn't even use collision. So if they're an invisible collision object there, it wouldn't care. It'll use the visible rendering mesh, and that's so the nav mesh matches up with what's visible and creatures walk on the ground rather than walking on the collision, which may be a little bit higher in some situations or a little bit off. And you guys can't see what's happening when I click this thing and I sit here and do this part. That is me waiting for this crap to finish. There's a dialogue up on my screen of generating nav mesh. Come on, baby. Come on. Show me the money. Oh, what is your deal? Yeah, I mean, that does feel like there's an invisible object there. Aha. Screw removing the door. I'm going to remove the wall. Might be able to do that down there too. Oh god, I lost where I was at with that stuff. So yeah, so I may need to do the same thing here. Is just not just remove the door. Also remove that piece of the wall. Alright, so if I generate now and it fails, then we know that there's some invisible object or something there. Something else is going on. Like the floor collision is screwed up or something. One and only says I can mark it nav mesh ignore, but I got to get, I mean, if I just mark the door, you know, deleting the door didn't do enough. Deleting the door frame wasn't enough. It's really that whole wall. If I mark that nav mesh ignore, then that will, that'll just have guys walking through walls, which would be great for a ghost pirate ship. But I kind of want this to be more of a pirate ship, or at least a skeleton pirate ship. I think I'm just going to remove some of these internal walls if they are blocking. Come on, baby. Show me the money. I just realized the other day, too, that as much as it hurts me, show me the money is not even a term that a lot of people even know the movie, because that's like a classic movie now. There we go. Okay, there's no invisible. There's no madness. No invisible stuff there. Let's make sure. Yeah, it looks like the nav mesh there is pretty good. So yeah, so I'm just going to have to remove these chunks. Alright, we're getting close. I mean, I'll have this. This will probably be my morning here, is cleaning this crap up and making this into a usable space and model. And it looked like, again, it's super hard to see this. But yeah, it looked like these outdoor ones did fine connecting in on the same doorways. That's very odd. Very odd, but I am okay with that. Let's see. So now that one's okay. Now we just have to come fix these guys. And by fix, I of course mean remove. But again, what we're looking for here is a good fighting space. And while that adds interest, and you'd want that type of crap if this were a player house, it is not a player house. Although, who knows, maybe this could be a an option for something like Lord of the Isles, as you get a giant... You get this as a giant boat, and I just clean up some more. I don't know if we have any Lord of the Isle guys here right now, but... I took all the decos out of this. Wouldn't be that bad of a player space. Again, under deck is where it probably needs more love than anywhere else, but... Someone's probably going to forward this stream to the guy who made this model so he can hear me complain about all the stupid, why do you do this, why do you do that, why do you do that? But I think he hasn't updated this in more than a year, so he's probably doesn't care. Oh, let's see. Alright, so I think I might be there on the nav mesh. Let's see. We'll give it one more try here, and if that is the case, then I'm going to turn this into a prefab with sub-prefabs, because we have nested prefabs now. Even though they slow down all of our work process, they're still kind of cool. Yeah, while there's some objects in here that look a little cool, I mean, at least some of the things I've looked at close up don't quite hold up. But again, if we ever put this out as like a player ship or something like that, like I said, my crazy thing I just mentioned a minute ago, that we say, hey, this is, if you want, this can be a Lord of the Isle ship if you put it on the water. And that's like the boat that comes with the Lord of the Isle. A boat that comes with the Lord of the Isle, because it's Lord of the Isles. You're supposed to, like, boats would be awesome. But we would do some cleanup on it, and obviously we'd deliver it as a player house without all these extra decos. But we could probably include some of those decos. But yeah, I think many of these things we'd be better off taking the base ship, cleaning up the textures I already mentioned. Let me see, I think, yeah, I think we're pretty, oh, what's that going on back there? Oh, that's just because there's some stupid logs and crap in here. Oh, really? You're going to give us, like, 400 planks? Oh, that's awesome, people. How about if we not have anything named plank in our scene? Oh, actually, that's the interior group A. Let me see if I can just delete that. Yeah, and then make this bottom space. A lot more open. Alright, we're getting there. We're already pretty close. I may just leave some of these other things here. Maybe delete some of the stuff, like these things that are out blocking stuff. Oh, good God, there's some more planks. Okay, I'm just going to search for the word plank and turn off anything named plank. Got enough planks in there, guys? Which reminds me... Oh, good. Yeah, it's a good thing I looked at this. Yeah, so they don't have... Those planks are not set to enable GPU instancing. You can't see what I'm mousing over, but there's a checkbox down here for GPU instancing. So those planks were not even set up for GPU instancing, which means that every one of those planks, those boards you just saw in there, would end up being a separate draw call of its own. Which reminds me, I need to go into this whole set and batch set them to all enable GPU instancing. Yep, that's a lot of beds in there. But they're going to GPU instance, shouldn't be a big deal. They're not, I don't think they're that high poly. Sure don't look that high poly. Yep, 2000 verts. Yeah. Yeah, alright, well. Again, I think we're already getting close enough. It's got good fighting spaces in here. It's got some decos in there. I'll accept that as them not being amazing. So I think the next thing I'm going to do here is, one, I don't need to bake nav mesh again because this is not its final location. But let me take pirate ship. Turn this into a prefab of its own. Please don't crash Unity. Yeah, so the deck-to-deck is the next thing that I'll have to do. We've got some ladder teleporters that they can use for following things. You can see those, and I'm hoping they still work. You can see them, I think they're used in the Ruined Keep and some other places. So I'll have to put in some ladder teleporter things there that they can use to go up and down. Alright, so let me turn off this nav mesh so we can actually see what this thing looks like without all that crazy stuff. So, let me get some water on there. That is not very good water, but let me get some... Hold on, water. Material. Okay, I don't know what the heck that water is. Or what that water is. Alright, and that's pretty horrible water too. But anyways, get the idea. Oh, can I remove this thing there? Thank God. Okay, now it's not. I can go put ruins on. So anyways, with a little bit of work importing some stuff there, again, I think there's still some more texture work that needs to be done, but not a ton. Let me see if I can get that. And it seemed like, again, some of this is they went and they added a normal map, detail map. Anybody who's actually an artist out there can join me in scratching their head as why they added a one-to-one tiling normal map that is identical to the normal map up here, but they put it in the detail map section. So you're getting in probably an extra pass. And then they lowered the normal map up here to 0.5, so you're getting like basically just a double normal map, which I don't understand, because you could do the same thing with just this. And again, you can see just with that. Yeah, I'm not sure why they would do that. Amethyst 25, you may be correct. But I mean, overall, for such a large asset, it's kind of cool. Again, there's some things they did, like this should have been a much smaller texture, much tighter wrapping on the that stuff, but and I will go do a little bit of tune-up on a few things here, but again, not horrible. Tempted to try swapping out these planks with a different plank texture, because it looks like they're planks. I mean, one, the texture quality is not great because they have such a large map for it, but also like rivets on a wooden sailboat. Did they really have rivets on nails? I'm not sure what those are supposed to be. But again, decent little start here. Plenty more stuff to improve on it, but it's getting there. It'll be good enough for a dark scene, I think, after getting to this point. I gotta take out all their barrels and cannons and stuff. That'll be pretty quick, though. Looks like that may all be part of that battery section. Gone. How about barrels? Whoops. Looks like that interior stuff includes far more than barrels and boxes. But anyways, I think it's a good start, and that'll be good enough. I'm going to go drop that into the scene. I'm going to actually work on making the scene is going to be the next thing. It's 10 o'clock. Let me see if I can get a hold of Dale. And thank you for the kind words, Minerva, and the other people who've said kind words. And that there's almost no negative words being said. But hold on. Nope. And hey, Super Noob Nescafe for the follow again. Sorry, this morning stream was a little more boring than normal. I was trying to come up to catch people up on stuff. We have a dungeon here. That is a new dungeon that has a plan. I'm not going to go over the whole plan again, but basically starts with an elven fortress that then descends into catacombs full of undead that then descends one of two ways. One, there's going to be an elevator that will apparently be the most insane elevator you have ever seen. The other way is to drop down through the tube. That's the shortcut down here. This was the quick just to hammer out scale on stuff, and the first thing I found was these ships. The ships that we had in the game already are nowhere near adequate for fighting spaces for pirates, because this level is an underground cave with pirates in it that you'll be traversing through a set of moving rowboats. It'll basically be pirate ship to island to another pirate ship, but the pirate ships we had Can you imagine AIs trying to fight on this little tiny pirate ship with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels of crap and jam-packed and super steep ladders and small doors? Like, good luck, anybody. So this morning was actually me going and talking to people about us basically saying that we're going to be okay going forward with using some store-bought art as long as it comes up to a decent quality, and then fixing up this pirate ship. I don't think it's up to the quality bar for the rest of our game, although that's a very mixed bar, to be honest. But it is going to be put into a darker cave, and I think it'll probably hold up okay for that. So it's not amazing. I'll probably pull out some more of these things that are in here. Ooh, these lights. I wonder if these lights actually have light on them. Oh, good. So there's lights in here that don't actually have. So that'll be another thing I'll have to replace, is come in here with the with some lights. Probably for the best they don't have lights, because yeah, that's an insane number of lights. Oh yeah, just a few. Having that many lights and doing a baked light map would be good. And honestly, I don't think the community minds the having items, even if they were sold for store-bought quotas, as long as they're like in the game and used in a meaningful, proper way. That's kind of one of those things I was talking about, is we're kind of rebooting our mentality on a lot of things, and we let a handful of trollish type comments dictate a lot of things that made the game worse. And that's kind of, we're kind of done doing that. We're kind of done letting a handful of loud trollish people dictate that stuff. And honestly, probably going forward, the way it'll be different is the loud trollish people who scream about, you did so and so and I don't like it, is we're probably going to be silencing those people. They can talk all they want to on Reddit, they can talk all they want to on other places, but going to our forums and screaming about stuff that they don't like, they want to complain about, even though it makes the game better, we're not going to tolerate a lot of that stuff. So anyways, focus 100% is going to be on let's make the game better and ignore negative chatter like that. So let me go fix something that's been bothering me here for a while, which is, let me go ahead and save project. Yeah. Trolls control all they want to. For those who don't know, we have a long history of some very hostile, aggressive trolls who haven't played the game in years. Who none of them lost money on the game because they sold their stuff early on and got all their money back, but they have been active trolls. But again, they're hurting the game, and we're not going to let them hurt the game anymore. We're just going to do one thing, which is focus on ignoring all the negative talk and trying to, there's a lot of negative talk that is stuff we need to deal with, but we're going to be ignoring the trolls and not let them dictate us making the game more fun and doing stuff. So anyways, so the next part is going to be me taking some of these pieces I've just been working on. Let me kill that, and now turning this into a... Did I delete my actual ship I wanted? I think I did. That's alright, I've got it around here somewhere. Prefabs. Yar, matey. My ship be sinking. Now the fun part is I get to take the parts from the caves, stuff that I put together, do a quick terrain. There's not going to be much visible terrain. It's really just going to be to hook in the side walls and maybe make one little island out in the middle. And then get this all set up. In case you're wondering, for scale, this area I think is the size of the map Arteris. So this is not a small map. This is just a really big ship. Oh great, I left this boat. As part of the prefab. Let me kill that off. So yeah, so this is just, again, a really big ship. You can kind of get an idea of the size, and that there'll actually be space to fight. Have multiple fight areas in here. You know, even if we blocked off the underdecks, there's still plenty of fight area in there, so. Oh, that is a chute that is kind of a placeholder chute showing where this would drop. This is from level 1. There's a secret door that I may put a key on. That right after you enter, you can actually, if you want to bypass the earlier stuff. I hate making high-level people go through mid-level content. They don't enjoy it as much. And it also makes it worse for the mid-level people who are trying to play the dungeon, because then they have some high levels and they're slaughtering their content just because we make them walk through it. So giving them occasional cut ahead. So this one basically lets you skip level 1 and level 2. But the actual tunnel thing here, I'll be redoing this. But that was just so I could have a visual for where this was going to come out, and trying to make sure if it seems crazy long, it is. Of course, you'll fall that distance in no time at all. But it's crazy long because I wanted to make sure that this area down here is all that area up there culls out down here, so we don't have to pay any rendering performance for stuff down here. You know, for stuff up there, when you're in the high levels, you don't have to pay for the water and the terrain and all the crap down here and the pirate ships and all that junk. And then for the stuff down here, you don't have to pay for the rendering cost of that. That's also why they're offset a little bit, is there's some performance stuff we have where we solve some AI stuff, server-side, client-side as well, with using a 2D grid. So the less overlapping stuff we have, the more that helps performance. In case you're wondering why this is also like the corner here is dropping into the corner down here. That is for performance reasons, because we do use some 2D grid rather than 3D grid stuff for things. Just because 99% of the game, 95% of the game is more of a 2D partitioned world. So let's change this skybox. That got screwed up. I added a level. I did an additive level thing a while back, and that I think that brought in, yes, it brought in a lovely skybox, which we should not have a lovely skybox. Actually, if we want a lovely skybox, it should be a dark or night. Hey, oh, and I got a couple things here. I got a Famines for your 100 bits. Thank you very much. I think I already thanked Super Noob for the follow. Torque Official for the rate of 5, and then Ventrix Lacus for the 25. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you. Let's see, skybox. Again, the only thing skybox will be used for here is for some reflection type stuff. So really I'm just looking for a dark skybox that's kind of a dark blue. That's usually what you use for like a dungeon, is you want something that's kind of a dark blue feeling thing. For the rest of the game, if not, these skyboxes look familiar and you're like, what the heck are these skyboxes? That's not our game. That's because we don't use a skybox in any overworld scenes. We use a dynamic skybox that basically rebuilds itself every frame. Or let's see, because we've got to have that for changing time of day. Maybe I won't even use a skybox here. I'm just going to use a clear out to black. Let me make sure that's what the camera is doing. Yeah, so the camera's set to render to clear to black. And then for gradient here, we're going to do, I'm just going to take the same thing, lower the V, and lower the V. Oh, and I'm saying lower the V as in hue, saturation. I forget what V stands for. Somebody in the stream will know. HSV. rather than using RGB. That is hue, saturation, and basically intensity. Let's see. Do 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 do. Dun 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 dun. So now, if we look at this, where's that light coming from? Who added a light to my game? Oh, right, that was me. So again, this water is trash. Let me go ahead and delete that. So what I'm trying to figure out what to do with the water. I'm probably going to make a custom water here. Because I've got to go in and make, again, water is just material that we add to a plane, but there's some other option stuff in there. We do have the water system, but I didn't want to use the entire water system. That's what we use in most overworld scenes because it renders an infinite water plane, and it has some good performance stuff. But in terms of it generates stuff, it generates polys proportional to the screen space. So it kind of generates an optimal mesh, but it's still having to generate that mesh, and it's still got some performance implications with it. So I try to avoid using it because it also has some forced reflection type stuff in it. It doesn't look at all right. And this is going to be an indoor scene, so having the most perfect realistic water is not going to be that critical, because it is going to be, again, darkness covers everything. We love you, darkness. We love you. That is the other thing I need to figure out on the scene, though, is when we come down here, I think I'm probably going to have a second camera option. But then if I have that second camera option, I got to figure out what to do to hide that area up above. Second camera option, because again, setting a back plane culling is going to be a little important for this, so we don't have to render stuff above us. If you are a Unity user and you're saying, well, why don't you use the dynamic or use the occlusion baking? The reason I will not use that is because it is trash, and we've never had it work on a real level where it did not generate 100 bugs that made no sense and were clearly just bugs in the occlusion generation. So that is why I'm not using occlusion generation, because it sucks. We have not given it a try in the last couple point releases, so maybe they improved it, but it was pretty trashy. What do you guys think of my terrain? Do you think that'll hold up? Do you think I should just leave that as it is? Is that about right? Okay, I should probably add some textures or something to it, and then I can call it done. Let's see. But anyways, that is kind of the pitch. Now we got to get the cave pieces here. Let me get... Again, let me get the... cavern mesh. Let's see. Alright, so I think the first thing we want to do there is go and apply. Actually, the first thing we want to do, well, let me go ahead and just set my textures at least. Oh man, they changed things on me again. Here we go. There's one. Bum bum bum. All right. What do you think? Is that good? Does that look about right? No? All right, hold on. I think this bump map is not the right bump map. Let me check something here. Yeah, that's not even set up as a normal map, so that's not going to be the right one. Let me find the one that was used on that other terrain piece. Again, we're kind of in the boring part here in terms of the map building. Once I get this stuff set up, it'll be a lot happier. There's what I want. That's the one I want. Oh, I put the bump on there. I was supposed to be using, there's an NMP that was hidden down below. That's what's going on. All right. Oh, don't do that. Oh, come on. Unity. Select my terrain. Paint my texture. Ugh, son of a... It's so clunky sometimes. Just let me... Can I just drag that on there? There you go. Let's see. Now I just need to paint texture. Okay, so the normal map's on there. Look good now? Is that better? Okay, let me do some actual smoothing so you can see what the heck I'm actually supposed to be looking at. So that's what I'm actually supposed to be looking at. Daniel, I see you added a question there. Since I'm just reading up there, I'll go ahead and answer that. How much time on research and creating something from scratch do you think you save using the asset store? I mean, it totally varies on things. Some things, if we can piece it together with pieces we have, with chunks we have, then that, you know, that is likely going to be the best option. But piecing together a pirate ship like this that has a big open space, I mean, this is for an artist working on it full time. This could take a month of time. Now, with an artist spending a month of time on something like this, they'd probably get better results. Our artists would get better results, but you know, we don't want to spend a man month on that when I can go for what we need it for. Go to the Unity store and find something that will work acceptably in the environment we have. In a matter of, you know, what did it take me, like an hour or two to get this together and get it all wrapped up? There you go, buddy. So, yeah, I mean, so for this, it saves massive amount of time. Again, if we have some custom situation we need to use these for, you know, it may not make sense to go get it from the Unity, from the asset store, get it from Turbo Squid, or the current, one of the things that List is using right now, you got from the Unreal store, which he's been crying and sad about because Unreal does their materials way different than Unity does. And that's been kind of painful for him. So, let's see. Where was I just painting textures? So it can actually save quite a bit of time. But again, how much time it saves kind of depends. There we go. Not sure how I was missing that. Let me just take a real quick pass. Go and like smooth some of this stuff out so it doesn't look like insanity. And again, this thing that I'm going to have around there, that was there. This is here for scale. And then this is here for matching up a shader that we use that I will be taking pieces to build a giant cave with. Hold on, let me get... Why do I not see my cavern mesh? There it is. Oh, it's facing the wrong way. That scale is a little bit off there. But again, I'm going to have to go just that. Down. Okay, so my UV scale is off on this stuff. Looks like it's mostly off on the, probably off on the terrain. But this, once I adjust the terrain, this is using the default material, default shader for the terrain, which will not be what I use for the final version. But once I adjust this, whoops, and get it closer in actual scale and swap it over to the correct shader, these two things actually will blend together. They're basically the same material. They will be basically the same material. So, and that's kind of what you should be looking at right there, is kind of how that looks. So then taking these chunks and there's a bunch of different shapes of these. They're not all just big square panels like this, but pretty quickly and that's the other beauty of using this, for those who missed it earlier, is using this set. I know it'll match up. The UVs will match up.
So I can just take these panels, put them together, and quickly build a, a round dome around this thing. Now the terrain, where the terrain comes in, is it gives me a way that I can paint and mesh up. But honestly, looking at that, I mean, I may not even need terrain. I may be able to just get away with doing some rocks and not having terrain at all, because terrain is usually a decent performance hit. Because if the cave is going right down to the water, I may not need to match it up. So I may be doing away with this terrain. Yeah, are you feeling Goonies yet? Are you feeling it? Again, we gotta get it in there, and I'll have to do some, at least one light for this space here. That'll probably be a cave. Probably do, when I finish the cave, there'll be a point at the top, and I'll do a light pointing down into this space. I may have to do some, for those again who are Unity people or know graphic stuff, directional light is actually a scene-wide light. That directional light simulates an infinitely far away light where all the light beams are perfectly parallel. But it's scene-wide. You can't, there's not a local type thing. Now if I use something like a spotlight, which is kind of behaves how you would expect a light to, so let me get this directional light. If I were to take, that's the directional light just pointing straight down. Now if I turn that into a spotlight, and again, directional light affects the whole scene and is directly down. So I can turn that into a spotlight, but to get it to be all the way down so it actually touches things and lights things up, it'd have to be a massive spotlight, which you usually don't want. And there's more reasons. There's some issues with directional lights. It knows how to handle it because it's scene wide, and it knows how to handle shadows and that type of stuff. When you're using a spotlight, it generates a shadow mask for the spotlight, and so the quality of that spotlight shadow is going to be proportional largely to the size of the spotlight. So using massive spotlights can cause some big problems. Same thing as using some massive point lights. So I will probably do, rather than using directional lights down here, or using a spotlight down here, and just set it to be gigantic so that it gives some light to the scene. I can probably get the same result or better results by using some triggers. Using some triggers and turning on, having one directional light in here that turns on when you're in this space and turns off when you're out of this space, so that you get the directional, you get the spotlight in this cave part here, so we can have a little bit of illumination, but not a crazy amount. Yeah, and I'll have some fog in here. I think I have the fog turned off right now just because it makes editing annoying. But again, having some fog and having it be like that, and that gets crazy super fast. Yeah, there'll definitely be some fog and some, and I'll match the fog to the watercolors, another important thing to do. But anyways, I'm going to go use the bathroom and get a drink of actual water. Hey, thank you, Synthetic9. Glad to see you're still hanging out there. I'm about to get to the more exciting part, which is where I'm going to build the cavern walls, build all that stuff into it, and then match up the terrain to it. But again, I may not even have terrain. I may just have some a bunch of walls and make a big dome out of the cave wall stuff. I may even try something super crazy here, Let me see what would happen if I did, hold on. Oh, you know, I'd have trouble getting a hole through. I was going to say I can just make a giant sphere and make that the dome that goes over things. But I'd have too much trouble cutting areas into it. So yeah, but I may do away with the terrain, or I may not have the terrain match up because it'll just be cave wall into the water. And as for the scale on the terrain, or on the wall pieces, this is using the mid quality. That's one of those things that a lot of people don't recognize if you can't use the same, even though like if you went up to the object it looks wrong, it does not hold up well if you use the same UV mapping, the same tightness, how narrowly stuff is mapped at a great distance and up close. So this looks like from here, this looks like good, but if I got up close to it, this ends up being kind of weird. But that's one of the challenges I'm going to have, I mean, that you always have with these things, is having things that you see at a great distance. But again, that's part of why I'm going to try to make sure the lighting in here is very, very dim. You know, just enough. You want to be able to, from the starting point, you want to be able to make sure you can make out the pirate ship. But some of that'll be done through probably some lights on the pirate ship. And then also, of course, you'll be able to use some night vision. But casting a light will also add some ambient light to the scene on the fly. But we want it to be light enough in here so you'll be able to make out what's going on. There'll be a dock here also. There'll be a flat area here and a dock here. That shortcut will fall into a pond that'll be right over there. This is really final. And then be able to make out that ship. Again, my goal is to have one pirate ship, one island, then a second pirate ship, and then a boat that goes between each of those two things at a fairly slow pace. Because the idea is I want you to have to get off the boat and onto the pirate ship, and then you're stuck on the pirate ship and you can't leave it. And then the water is going to be extremely toxic. Hate to see you, Belladonna Rose. So, anyways, that's the goal. I've got about another hour that I'll probably stream here, unless I hear back from Dale on getting those maps, those signed maps. But right now I need to go get a drink, because I can't drink coffee all day long. I guess I'm 7 hours into drinking coffee. It's probably time I switch to water or something. And then I'm going to use the bathroom, and then I will be right back, and I will build out this cave. So I think that's going to be my goal, is build out the cave and maybe build out the land masses, and then I'll call it a day. A little over an hour. Be right back. moving on to LaCroix. And I finished my peanuts, and I'm moving on to cashews. No, not beer. Hold on, puppy dog. All right, you guys ready to see the scene transform? I know I am. Okay, so the idea is we're going to have, that's where you start. I think there's going to be one of these guys. It'll be not too far from there. There's going to be a second one of these guys. It'll be over here, maybe. I think there's going to be a little pirate headquarters over here on an island. Yep. Again, let me find a house for scale. That is not the house that will be going there. I'm just throwing that out there for scale reference. Again, a lot of times when you're doing these things, you really need to have some type of reference so you know the scale of things. So let's see. Trying to figure these things out. Hey, thank you very much, 8321C. Thank you for the follow. Again, for those, if you missed it, I can go play through this scene at some point here, but this is a dungeon scene I've made completely on stream. I started at the week. We set up the first level, which is a fairly sane level, has some little boss guys in it. Then we set up the second level, which is purely a crypt full of undead that the elves, the guys in the first level, keep sealed off. That has had a treatment, so it has boss fight in it that I went over and talked over the mechanics and explained it right in here. And then that is going to lead to an elevator shaft that will come take you down here, or you can actually drop down. There's a way to shortcut the whole thing and skip all that stuff. So right now what I'm doing is demonstrating how we're going to be putting this space together. Again, I guess one of the things I need to remember is I don't have to have these things even match up with the terrain. All those need to do is encompass the whole space. Over here I'm going to have to be a little careful with them because I still have to get the tunnel down in there, and I have to get an elevator in there as well. The elevator shaft is going to come out of, which room is it? It's this room. So the elevator shaft will probably lead down to a space down over in here. So I probably do want to have this account for that, and I can't have just a giant massive anything. For those who missed it earlier, the thing I'm using a what they call a UV free shader to make it so these pieces look contiguous even though they're different chunks. You can see as I move it, you can see the geometry behind it changing, but the visuals on it, the textures, it's UV free. It's actually world space UV is kind of how it works. And also, for those who don't know, I'm not doing this. Isn't like I'm trying to figure out game dev stuff. I actually have been a professional game developer for almost 3 decades. An amateur before that. I am not a world builder, though. I am the tech director on the project Shroud of the Avatar. But I do dabble. And this was good. We needed something like this, and I'd promised it for a while. So I was trying to give players a taste of what it involves. So I think I'm going to build the walls up, and then I'll match the terrain to the walls for the places where I need terrain. And actually, I'm using that piece. I should have a few more pieces out here. Add some variety. You know what? Maybe I wonder if I can use this. Use more of these curved pieces, because again, the thing that adds visuals to it. Oh, and this water is still, that's pretty much placeholder. The thing that gives us detail, you hardly even see the polygons in these things. The thing you see is the UV mapping of them. Again, I've got fog on. I'm going to turn that off. This pipe here, as I mentioned before, is not really where the pipe will go. That is more there for reference and scale. So I can see like where that comes down. Alright, so I think the elevator shaft will come down around there. Got it. Do 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 do. That is a problem. But again, part of the beauty of this is that this whole scene will be very dark. And I'm going to be forming this shape with the, whoops. I'm going to use this for forming the shapes, but the actual terrain, I'll come back and edit that afterwards. I just threw down that real quick, like for reference. And there will be no light source big enough to really show up on these walls. So really what you're going to catch out of these walls will just be the normal map and the spec and maybe a little bit, you know, a little bit of color out of them. Not much, in other words. So there's going to be two exits from this place. One will be the one the players will take, which will be a small crevice, small exit over here, and then there'll be another one that'll be the big pirate ship exit. That again will be over this direction. So the pirate ship exit one has to be big enough to allow for a pirate ship to get out. So. No, I Star Strider. Not as dark as a Game of Thrones episode. Not that dark. I think when that episode came out, I immediately came on stream the next day, and it's like, I'm not going to give any spoilers, but I think they could have used, they could have invested in a few floodlights that would have helped that battle a little bit. Come on, guys, just set a few fires out there or something. And since these things are the most tedious parts to work with, I'm going to be doing these guys and then building the terrain to match these. So, just to give an idea, oh, good thing I checked this out. Whoops. Actually, you know what? I think the whole thing, the terrain can't be lowered below 0, basically. So I think the whole thing really needs to be raised up a little bit. And the water raised up a little bit as well. And the boats. There we go. Now there's some distance underneath the boat, and I've got some room to paint the terrain. Raise the water for fishing. Yes, absolutely. Definitely got to raise the water for fishing. Again, though, you can see where these guys match up. It's actually pretty seamless in terms of the visuals. You know what? I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do, use a different cavern mesh. Again, what I'm looking for is to leave a space . Down here, there's big enough for a player to get through. So actually, let me come back up here. Hold on 1 second here. Let me get up here. Try and put this down for scale. You can see how much, how tough it's going to be to sneak that in there. I'm getting this on negative or 8 multipliers. Alright, so now that's on the grid. For those who watched the other day, that's, you know, these things work. Work off of a grid system, and it's pretty important to have it on a grid system. So I think we're going to say I'm going to build it out. Is that... Here we go. How about that? That's a pretty good level. Move that water level a little bit if I want to. So that's what we're going to build the cave around. I got to match up with the rocks. I got to match up to that. Do 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 do. Is that a hint that you want fishing to give more experience? Is that what that is? Am I reading that right? I come up here and get a doorway. Wait a minute, how's that not on grid? Hey, thank you very much again, Famines. Negative 48, negative 255, negative 260, negative 384. All right, so let's see. So that's kind of a good starting point there. I think I did need a different doorway. Okay, well, I'll be able to get that. I'll be able to make that work. Okay, now I got these guys on grid. Do 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 do. This stuff is so confusing to move around because you move it around and the whole look of it changes. Alright, again, I'm just using this little piece right here for a placeholder, but let me get this in there. And yes, these are the tedious parts. You guys still want to be game developers? Get a little closer there. Dang it. I know, I'm being quiet. Trying to concentrate here. Alright, time to do the next part, which is I can take that same chunk, scale it way down, move it there to put patches on things. Alright, well, you're getting the idea there at least. Got some more touch-up to do. But again, all this is largely due to the magic of using a UV-free shader that all merges together. Elude your long last name. Again, that's one of those things, if you're just joining the stream and you're thinking I'm like a really dedicated streamer, I am not. I am streaming my job. Which means that my streams are sometimes 8-hour-long streams. Mobile Nerd Games. So there's a number of versions of this shader out there. The thing to search for is if you search for UV-free shader, we're using one we've had for a while. We've had to modify it a ton. That is called UV-free. And again, it makes it really easy. You can just place arbitrary geometry. And again, I'm using like these rocky mesh things. But you can use it for whatever you want to. I mean, you can just put if you want to put a cube out there and put the material on there, it would work just fine. And then this way I can make it look so it, whoops. I can make it look like this is a dungeon. Again, you're going to have to hold out until I get the actual ground there. But it looks like, hey, look, there's a dungeon hallway coming built straight into a cliff. How about that? And there's some pieces I got to deal with here a little bit to get them. Whoa. That's not UVing quite right. I think that's because it's arbitrarily rotated. Okay, there we go. Anyways, so yeah, so it looks like, guess what? It looks like a dungeon built straight into the cliff. Again, if you were from over here, needs a floor, obviously. But the floor will probably be, actually it'll probably be terrain. So that guy there. Now, I really hate the selection hits terrain. I wish it would not work on terrain. So the other thing I'm going to do is I've got the UV scaling for this rock. I may go back and change that a bit to make it be a finer scale. Because again, this one looks good at a distance, but it could be better. And it does not match up with the terrain down here. Dang it. Set height, so that should be Oh, see, it's still doing that same thing again. Hold Control and left click to sample the target height right there. Sampled, right? And then you paint and it lifts everything up. Apparently set height is just broken in this particular Unity version, which sucks. That's alright, I'll just go to a finer brush, and for now I'll just do this. Whoops. So the thing I'll show you in just a second will show how some of this stuff will merge together. Do 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 do. Yeah, and I'll be adjusting that. I'm trying to decide. I'm probably not gonna have this be the ground. I'll probably have this be one layer of the ground texture, so I can have that right up against this, and I'll get this. The since I know Mobile Nerd Games actually works in Unity and does some knows what I'm talking about here. I will get this UV scale to match this UV scale. I'm just trying to decide which one I'm going to use, but then I'll paint this one up against that, and I will paint, you know, more dirt and sandy textures out here on things. Yeah, this whole one, I think I'm going to move my terrain a little bit. There we go. Not being able to paint a height is kind of a big deal. Thank you, Bill Slowski. That's probably Bill Slowski, not Bill Slowski. Sorry about that. I have a long tradition of mispronouncing names. My favorite was, I just realized I've been calling the guy, one of the watchers here who may be here now, Yolo Solive. His name was YOLO SOLIVE, and I thought it was like Spanish or something. And then at some point I was like, wait a minute, YOLO, you only live once? Solive, so live? You only live once, so live? Little bit slow sometimes. Let's see. So I think what I'm going to do now... Oh, I hate you. Why can I not paint textures or paint height? I just want to set height. Just let me set height. Is that going to work? No. It's going to be a nightmare. Let me see if I can click on that. So that's at negative 260. The terrain's at negative 60, so if I can set that to be at 60, let's see if I can set height. What happens if I set height 60? That's not working. No. Again, I'm wondering which Unity developer it was that thought, you know what, it'd be great if we put a button right here on this panel where you're trying to do a bunch of fine detail that flattens your entire terrain and removes all your work without asking you first. That's what that button does. Just put it right there. Good idea. Raise that up. Yeah, so this not being able to paint heights thing is kind of a nightmare, actually. That means I have to go and basically do this in a totally different way. I have to like paint and then flatten if I want to get like a semi-flat area. That's going to be... I don't know how that's going to work. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Giant rock spires shooting out of the middle of things. Again, this is the first pass on this stuff. I'm really just at this point trying to demonstrate to you guys so you can see, because this is one of those things, it's a technique that gets used a bit, but yep, that's exactly what I wanted. Thank you very much, Unity. It's horrible. Now, if the set height tool were working, I'd just be able to set height on this and I'd be done. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to do this without a set height tool. Yeah, we're having stormy weather here. It's going to be dark. Yeah, it's 11:39. It's still that dark outside. I've got a window right here that faces me, and this is light you see is from my monitor because it's dark outside. Ingrid, I do have an idea. But the problem is there's a tool that is a very important tool that is a set height. So I can get things to a height, or I can check the height of this floor, and then I can set the terrain to that height. That tool is apparently broken in this version of Unity. That should be setting it. But I think the problem is because the terrain is actually at a negative height, like the base for the terrain is at negative, it's not letting me set it because the stupid height thing doesn't go negative. It should be using a relative height relative to the terrain. I'm pretty sure that's what it used to do, but it won't do that. So basically what the tool will break, the entire everything will break anytime your map is not in a positive Y. So they only want you to use apparently the positive Y aspect. You know what? Screw it. We're going to move everything up. What do you guys think will break? Let me do save real quick. I say real quick. Let me hit save. It will not be quick. I will not enjoy it. And I'm going to move the entire world up. Nope. Slider stops at 0. You can't get it down if you do a sample. I control left click to do a sample. It sets it to 0. It won't go any lower than that. So maybe I could even type in a negative number on that, but the slider won't let me do it, and I can't sample that number. Nothing to see here. Really? Just gonna move that one piece. Gonna leave everything else alone, huh? Why is that not moving everything? Can anyone explain that to me? Oh, you know what? I have it locked on that, the object there. Okay. That explains that one. The rest is all Unity. So if my theory is correct, let's see. I will now be able to... Where's my stuff? Ah. Look, I had it so well hidden I couldn't even find it. I will now be able to set height. Oh, look. Now I can set height. Again, thank you, Unity. Thank you so much for that wonderful feature that you cannot have terrain unless terrain is in a positive space. Why do you let anything go into Y? By the way, if you're just joining my stream, my number one thing that I like to do is rant about Unity. I've got more reason than most to rant about it. Love a lot of the stuff in their engine, but there's so many things. Just make it clear they don't use their own engine, for at least not for a big game. Alright, so now I should be able to do something like take this game object. Why do I not see this game object? Okay, so 167.26 is the level of the floor. Now I should be able to take the terrain and set that, and that'll get the terrain to the exact level of the floor. Except it unselects over and over again. So now that should be at the level of the floor. Now it'll be a tiny bit off because of just the terrain precision is 16-bit split into the height of the terrain that you set down here. So if terrain height is 1600, basically you can take 600 divided by 65,000 and you get roughly 0.01. So basically 1 centimeter is kind of the resolution of terrain. So now I got that in there. I'll probably change out this texture a little bit here. Maybe make it some dirty gravelly type stuff. But guess what? I can actually mesh that stuff up now. So let me do a lower with a 1. And with a really small size. No. No. That's another one where it's just so obvious they don't use their own tools. Because this is the minimal speed at which you can paint height on terrain. anybody who uses the tool wants way more finer detail on control on stuff like that. Okay, so anyway, so there's kind of a start, and you see how that's going to blend in there. So back to the actual map. This kind of gives you an idea of the scale too. So the idea is that this is going to be, the water right here is going to be super toxic. I'll probably put a fog layer down on top of it. That is not the actual water material I'm going to be using, by the way. But now let me finish out the... Oh, I turned off outline, so I can't tell when I have things selected. Now let me finish off this part of it, which is... building out these walls. Do 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 do. You do do do. Yeah, I can go back and patch those up. Again, they shouldn't be able to get that close to any of this stuff, and it'll be dark and... And the roof is going to be the really easy part, because there'll never be a time when they can get very close at all to that. It'll barely be visible. So I'm probably just going to throw like a dome up over the whole thing and then cover it with this material. Shouldn't be able to. Yes, that is the shouldn't be able to, is if they can survive the water. I think I'm on 2018.3.12. And as you saw, the set height thing was a feature. Totally not a bug. And that it only allows for positive Ys. That seems like a choice they made. So don't use negative Ys, people. And I'm getting a lot of lightning outside. I, of course, have my computer on a UPS. I have my switches on a UPS. Everything's on a UPS. I can go for like an hour without power, because I've got some crazy UPSs. Because I took some, when we moved the office to be work from home, I took all the UPSs home, and I've got them here in case we open up something else. Open up an office elsewhere. But the problem is my Google Fiber apparently does not have UPSs on the switches that they have around here. So if we lose power, if I lose power, like, I'll disconnect. So if that happens, don't worry. Oh. Oh, hold on. Unity decided it would freeze for a long time. No, not those UPS. Uninterruptible power supply. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I'm responding again. All right. Now. Oh, not quite enough. Need one more panel. Keep curving. Okay, now we can see what it looks like. We'll view it from this ship. Perfect. Again, not really the water. And then, since I'm here and I'm thinking about it, I can do the light. Spotlight. Pointing that way. I say pointing that way. That is a point light. I want a spotlight. With no... Actually, you know what? There's not going to be hardly any shadows in that. Like, hardly any objects that will need a shadow. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I've got a directional light on the whole thing. Hold on. And that can be the sunlight out there. Make that a nice yellow color. Of course, then they'll want the time of day to change with it. I hate you guys. Oh, God. So anyway, so now what I need is I need to get a directional light that is pointing more downward. And then I need to get a dome on this thing is kind of the first, next big step. And again, this will not be visible to the players hardly at all. Man. So largely, I can probably just make sure these guys don't go up high enough. Get this up to be well, that's not very good UV. Alright, so I think I can raise that up a little bit more. Oh, and you see the one problem that's going to come out of that. Actually, you know what? I don't have to have collision in it. There's no reason to have collision on this stuff. And guess what? It isn't visible from above, so the tunnel won't be a problem. Because look, the tunnel will be just fine. Yeah. You guys can all know that if you look up when you go through it, that's a whole nother thing. But let's see. How high can we go? How high can we go? Yep, it's pretty nasty outside. All right, I think for the just add a little more. Visual to it. Hold on a second. Let me go set this to not be two-sided. I don't think that's going to let me set that. That particular shader will not let me do that. Lame. Alright. I was hoping I could make it two-sided so I could work on it from above, but I can't. I just heard my power flicker. Gotta love that when you're doing a stream. Before I get off, this is normally where I would go to lunch. Before I get off, though, I'm going to get to the point where I can show off what this looks like to you guys, actually in game. Spoilers, it's going to be awesome. Yep, sounds like some hail. Alright, looks like a good chunk of my day is going to be spent doing some maintenance on some servery stuff. Just got the message at one of our servers down to minimal space. I'll probably go back and do a little polish on these and move these around to be tilted a little more. Like that. I don't want to do that just yet. Because I'm taking the existing ones and duplicating them, and if I tilt them, they're going to move oddly. They're already a little bit tilted, actually. That's good. It adds to the results. I have to leave a space up here for the other elevator to come down. All right. So now if I want to, I can go do some stuff like, hey, let's make this mix it up a little bit. Make the center of the cave a little lower, and this can move up and do, we could tilt that downward like that to mix it up. But again, what they're going to see in here is going to be closer to, it'll actually have a little bit of an ambient light in there. This is a directional light, and again, directional light won't do back face lighting. Oops. But see. Again, a lot of times you need to be on something for perspective to understand how things look. So I'm going to have to go do a little work on those things, but again, you won't have, you can see the edges on these because of the directional. Whoops, you can see some edges there. You will not be able to see that normally. Then I made a cave. But again, a lot of this is knowing the space you're going to make and then making sure you understand what the players will and will not be able to see. Actually, this light over here could actually do for a little bit more so it gets a little bloomy going on. Do. So now from the inside, and maybe that's actually where I get the light from, is I can do a light here. Oh, looks like I can still see out a little bit. I can do a light here. Spread that out a little bit more. And then turn down the intensity on that. Turn down the saturation a little bit. And a little bit, and then the actual light can appear to be a reflection off of the sunlight over there. Bam. Whew. This is good. Go hide in my movie room, whether over lunch. That's what this is. Alright, so let's see. So I have not finished the entry area there. Go ahead and do that and do that. Get that out. I think this point light down here needs to be you know what, that's going to hit way up there too if I do that. It doesn't need to be that wide, I guess. There we go. So now I should be able to turn off the directional light. Whoops. Make sure that directional light is off. Alright, looks like I nerfed that light too much. Let me go fix that. There we go. Now it's looking like a light reflected from over there. A little bit more. Giving the cave a little bit of light. I think I'm going to need a little bit more of ambient light down here. But let's do something. Let's put... let's throw our little character down there. Oh, look, you can get the pirate ship shadow up against the wall here. Let's find a little spot for our character right over here. And we're going to start standing on this ship and see what it looks like from this ship, and we'll run around this ship. And then I can call it a good start to a day. Again, dungeons go so much faster. I do a quick save. Will there be lights on the ships? Yes, I will be adding some lights to the ship here soon. Not as many as they have, just because lights are costly. But, again, here we go. We'll see what it actually looks like. This is where the, as they say, the rubber meets the road. What it looks like to the game camera when you're actually playing the game. What it looks like in the editor is pretty meaningless. I dropped a cashew. Oh, there it is. That? Oh. Mm-hmm. 1 second. There we go. That's more than 500 away. Okay, got it. So these lights, while they add a neat effect there, let me turn up the ambient a little bit. Yeah, so maybe. Really, I'm gonna have to jump up there? Okay. That one over there is where the sun is supposed to be shining. I'm surprised I can't actually see it. Let me try a few little tweaks here. Oh, it's got the script on it. Hold on. There we go. Okay, now we'll see. By default, when we add something to the game, it comes with a script attached to it that will disable it at distances. Okay, so there's what it should be looking like. Again, this is 0 polish. First playthrough. And then the next thing I've got to do is the train actually needs to be turned into something meaningful. But this is what the ship looks like. Oh, I'm not going to be able to get downstairs. Not horrible. Not ready for prime time, but not as bad as I thought it would be for a first pass. I think that over there, just again to compete with the bloom from these lights, I need to turn that intensity up. I guess I can do that now. Not that much. Let's see. Yeah, I need to do a little work on that to get that feeling more like it's actually the sun coming in. Again, the water should be something that is reflecting light over there as well. Again, this is placeholder water I need to replace. But anyway, it's already getting in the ballpark at least. And then so the next thing you have to imagine is there is a... Come on, get me up there. Yeah, these guys obviously need some adjustment. Those are the ones that I had to modify and scale to get the nav mesh going up. Somewhere right over there is where you're going to come in. Oh, you can see the tunnel down. Again, that's just for placeholder, but you see the pipe coming down. That's where the players coming from the other level will fall out. Oh, you can actually see out up there. And that's where the other people will show up. So let me go over there so we can see what it looks like from over there. Again, I need to build the land mass up here. That is, again, I gotta do the camera thing again. Hold on. Maybe a bit too much. I also need to check my stats here and see. It looks like my uh-oh. Hold on. Okay. Whew. Oh, that was pretty nasty. Looking at this, trying to identify performance stuff. Right now, this is pretty crushing to my rendering performance. I'll have to go see what's going on with it. Again, that happens. Unity does not handle lots of objects very well, and actually it's up quite a bit of CPU. But looks like this is CPU and GPU. What it does in the editor is also very different from the other stuff. But the only thing I've really got over there that's could be nasty is 2 point lights, one of which is casting shadows. I'm betting if I turn this off... Hey look, my performance suddenly got better. And that doesn't actually impact things. Okay. So anyways, already off to a start here. Good start, but plenty more to do. You can see again, this is supposed to be the pirates. I may extend that further out. How far away that is, so you can't get there. Right now we're just... Oh, you're going to run on top of the water. That's right. But this will be turned into real water soon. See what it looks like with night vision. Oh, look, night vision. I'm gonna have to go and do the tilting. The night vision's picking up the angle difference between those two. Picks up the sharp edges much better. Night vision, I hate you. Gonna make me do extra work just for the night vision. But anyways, you can see it's a start. And the idea, of course, is that there'll be a few guys at the place you come in. These ships will be loaded with 4 levels of pirates. Yes, remove night vision. It's horrible. I hate it. Tacos and beer, I won't nerf it, but I'm going to go and add code that will detect if you are streaming and try to use night vision. If you're streaming, it will not let you use night vision. This does nothing to sell our game. So again, this was supposed to be simulating a little pirate stronghold thing put down for scale. Alright, so I got some polished stuff to do in terms of getting a few more of these things to work. Let's see, I can probably go and just with a few tweaks. Yeah, you can see already just that slight tilt takes it from the sharp cut to that softer merge cut. So I've got to go do that with a few things. But again, I can go and change the UV scaling on these and mix it up a little bit. But the idea is that, hey, look, you can't really tell that that's made out of a bunch of giant panels. They all merge together. So that's the start. Woo! Yeah, the pro tip for people who are doing game dev stuff and you want to find your holes, we always used to use 255 just using the brightest. I refer to it as Barbie pink because I did a couple of Barbie titles and that's the color they used for Barbie pink. Which of course in the old days we used RGB and we had a color that we had set as transparent, so you could do transparency. And that was always 255 and then except problem is Barbie pink is 255 but anyways, set your skybox, your background painting to your clear color to instead of setting it to black, which hides a lot of the badness, you can set it to magenta 255 and find all the holes in your stuff because they will glow madly. Oh, hold on, Unity's locking up on me. There we go. Alright, this was not my usual stream today. Much more boring. Sorry about that, guys. And I was horrible at doing giveaways. You deserve better. But I deserve some better weather out there. I am going to... Ooh... Again, once again, I'm going to be thwarted from getting to Richards to get the maps. Oh, you know what? I never even opened a giveaway. Guys, let's do a big giveaway here. I'm going to give away something cool because I've been kind of dorking you guys around all morning with messing with trying to do weird stuff. Yeah, these streams may be cooler for people who have interest in game development, but not as cool for people who are actually game players and want to just talk like big picture design stuff. Oh, there's the dog grumbling at me again. I've not put the item up yet. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to give away. Hold on. Stop it. Alright, I'll do one big giveaway here. Again, I like giving away village homes because I know everybody's got them. Let's do a... This is a popular house in the deco contest. Let's do this one, a Gothic Village Inn. Woo, sexy. Hold on, I'm about to put it live. Open giveaway. Whoops, I misspelled it, but whatever. That's good enough. Now you can go. Let's see. Z, you were first in. Corsivia, Sogi Boomer. My Greek friend. That's what I'm going to refer to. Anikitos Monomaxos. Famines. Cantervon. Prison Bound. Liz Kimber. Whoops. Holmes Village.